Welcome to the show. Say hi, everyone.
Yo.
Hi, everyone.
What's going on? You were
What's
saying,
everyone
Ben?
wearing?
I'm saying, God bless free speech, viva free speech, and political censorship is archaic, you know.
Yeah. And, they're putting the squeeze on, as my man Nicer put it. My power bill just tripled here in Norway. Tripled. And that's, like, insane. So,
Well, I know there was a
yeah.
case where this company bought out a water company in Colombia, and then everybody just refused to pay the bill, and then they came in with whatever armies, and then everybody together was just throwing rocks at them and stuff. And they eventually just gave up.
We usually don't get that physical here, but yeah, I'm ready for anything. This was really fucked up. It's really gonna make a lot of people fucking poor as fuck. I don't know what the hell is going on. I don't understand why the government can let it, happen at all, but yeah, that's my personal strategy.
Well,
I think we all behave different ways.
A man has just been sentenced 30 years for shooting down a police drone that was harassing and spying on him over his own property.
What?
30
the fuck?
years?
A man faces 30 years for shooting down police drone harassing him. I'll give you the article.
So he hasn't been sentenced yet.
Hasn't been sentenced yet.
Oh,
So did they just come up with these charges out of isn't there a thing about if you don't even know that that's a law and it's some kind of brand new law and isn't there some kind of precedent there I mean should police, I guess it's kind of counterintuitive if they're trying to espionage, is that the right word? If they're trying to spy on you, then reconnaissance, I don't know. If they're trying to, they don't want to announce themselves, but how do you know that's not somebody else that means you harm?
Exactly.
How do you know it's not your neighbor trying to look at your wife?
Yeah.
Through the window. How do you know anything else? So trying to plot out an attack on your, I don't know.
They can charge for destroying their drone, I guess, but that's pretty much the only, charging money for it. But they can't really put him in the courtroom for it because, they have to tell him stuff like that. They can't just be flying over his property. That's against, his rights, actually.
I think we've discovered, based on the current laws, that our rights are spoken of only. Because if we had rights, we wouldn't be mandated to take a poison to keep a job which has no security whatsoever. They tell you got to take a jab to have a job or to get a job, but the jobs that are available have no security whatsoever. You've got no job security. You've got no time security for the hours that you're going to work. You can't plan for anything. You can't save money because it's minimum wage. So you've got to take a shot which may or may not kill you in the hopes of getting a job.
But seriously, we need to enforce our own rights, so to speak.
I agree.
So, yeah, it's time we stand up and do the whole, all in together now
thing.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, just hit the streets everywhere and go ape shit and insurrect everywhere and have fun, people.
I do not support. Thor speaks for himself. I do not condone. I don't subscribe to violence.
Only a theory,
or any type of shit.
In historical context. I mean, of course.
I'm not violent. I'm not a violent person, but if anybody says I am, I'll smash their fucking face in.
Awkward silence. Oh.
Isn't there a world famous? Isn't there a world famous guy called Martin Shkreli?
Yeah.
Name
There was
all
also a
the-
guy. There was also a guy. Well, I mean, Martin Shkreli, like that guy. He actually, according to him, he was just trying to make a point about how, how fucked up it is. You can just jack up a price of a pharmaceutical like that. That's pretty much vital for people, and that was like taken sort of out of context. And he was like, they didn't appreciate him making that point, so he was therefore went after. And there was a guy who drove a drone, like flew a drone up by the White House, and he got in like crazy trouble for it. And like said he was doing it just to make a point, and just to raise awareness to the issue. What do you guys think about people? Like, do you think that those people are? I mean, I kind of think they're pretty awesome for risking themselves to try to raise awareness for that issue, those issues. I mean, here you go. It's relevant now. Drone issues. Or here you go. It's still relevant now for gross, inordinate pharmaceutical profits.
Absolutely.
Remember, those pharmaceuticals are there to help you. They're there to help, protect your health and stuff. As long as you can afford it.
Fuck.
Just like law and justice, that's for everyone that can afford it. As long as you've got the money, you can have all of the freedom, all of the justice, all of the education and healthcare you want.
I lived this apartment like next to a very, very wealthy neighborhood at one point, and man, there was like cops everywhere. Like there's just like freaking so much law enforcement. You're in a nice in minutes.
Anybody been watching the news lately?
I mean, I watched a video about North Korea like an hour ago.
Yep. Who made it? What was the tone?
It was I can't pronounce his name, or I can't remember it. I know what it is. I just can't pronounce it. If the North Korean leader died, what would happen? And it was interesting with all
There's
the
a
theories
documentary called "The West Through the Eyes of North Korea," and it's a very interesting documentary, to say the least. Good luck finding it.
Did it say China would be there?
No, not in the
I mean,
one
the
that I
document
looked at.
The article, that news.
Did they mention China in it?
Well, the guy that said that, like, what if?
They mentioned they did. I think they did mention China, but like not in great detail.
Sorry, man.
No, nothing to be sorry about. I was curious.
I didn't mean to interrupt you either.
God damn it! Can't figure this out. Let me. I'll get the video and I'll post it in the chat.
Cool. That way I can have a look. I'll see if I can find that one that I was telling you about as well.
It's so funny how the leaders of the U.S., the leaders of China, the leaders of North Korea, they all like are so different than the people.
Yeah. Like,
yeah, but they're presented to you in a certain light. Remember that. Like, you're seeing them through the lens of a camera as they want you to see them. You're not seeing them at home. You're not seeing them, trying to solve basic problems of relationships and, that sort of jazz. So really,
I mean that's except for that one time there was that show called That's My Bush by Trey Parker and Matt Stone, and that was exactly accurate. That was literally, I believe that to be exactly.
I posted the video in the open mic chat.
That's My Bush. That has an interesting title.
Yeah, so does Orgasmo.
Yeah, no, I seen that movie, unfortunately.
What? Unfortunately.
Just to
I want
answer,
to watch this.
just to answer your
documentary.
question, V, about what would happen if Kim Jong Il or what his name is,
Kim Jong Un.
whatever his fat face is. But yeah, what happens is that the second in command goes into the first position because they're all connected to a party.
Which would be
You know.
his sister. Most likely.
That the second in command in the party line. It's the ruling
That girl.
party of North Korea, the Communist Party. You got it? They have a command structure. He happens to be number 1. That's why he is the leader. Number 2 would, technically be the next one in line. But he can do what he wants. He can point out anybody to be number 2. But
He
that
can do
is
what he
technically
wants.
what.
If there is nobody
Yeah.
stronger than him.
Yeah. But technically, it's supposed to be the second in command in the party that takes the first position.
But what we care about it.
So what's up, everybody?
What's everyone
Anything
wearing?
new? Like,
What did you say?
What's up with you and the clothing today? Well, I'm not wearing anything because I'm a child of nature.
You're what?
And nothing. What's up with you?
So is this sister that's second in command? Is this the fat girl you're talking about?
No, it's his. I think she's actually skinny. Wait, did you say fat or something else?
Yeah, because remember, girl stole Thor's computer.
Oh.
The jungle in Tampa Bay. No, I don't know. I'm not familiar with the sister, so I was just joking, I guess.
Isn't it funny how they say that people are so adaptable that it actually works against them?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, okay, so there she is. See, sister? Looks like they got him riding on some horses here. Well, this is years ago. But...
According to CNN, experts believe it could be occupied by Jo Young-won or Kim Tok-hun, 2 of the most powerful men in North Korea's government. They're both, of course, connected to the Workers' Party, of Korea, Central Committee, and secretaries, blah 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 blah. But yeah, that's how it works. It's supposed to be inside the party structure. So, but again, he might choose anybody. I doubt he'll choose his sister. It's a very male-dominated.
It's like she is.
It's a very male-dominated society, so I doubt that very much.
But what is the difference between the party and, for example, democracy? If they find out that elections are cheated, is there any consequences on that?
I don't know.
Maybe we already saw what happened in the new skinny Kim Jong Un.
Let's look at the last US election. That one was rigged, and the media and everybody were pretty much in on it, and we just sort of brushed it under the rug and moved on because it was Trump, and nobody likes Trump.
Are we talking about America or Korea?
Well, the same sort of scenario could quite easily play out.
One at a time, please.
Could be overthrown.
I mean, if it was cheated, then you cannot say nobody. because there were two of them against each other. I don't understand. Anyway,
Could we just bring JFK back to life, please?
He would just get shot again.
democracy. It would be nice to have democracy somewhere. Go ahead, Nigel.
You clearly didn't see that 1963 JJ. What was it? JJ, whoever it was, and Stephen King. No, that wasn't bad. Stephen King always has pretty decent ideas, I guess.
Yeah, he would just get shot again.
Say what?
Huh?
He would just get shot again.
Yeah,
Who
true.
got shot?
No, I said.
Oh yeah.
if-
Oh, he did get shot. I'm with you. I'm with you. By the way, the bullet came from the book depository window.
What?
What about the
It
one
was
that
no
hit the
magic
windshield?
bullet. Modern forensics has forever debunked this. And if my man Van actually watched the documentary I sent him,
Which I can't
he would know.
because it's blocked.
It's
Use a
blocked
VPN.
in your country.
Yes.
Oh
but you
my
cannot
god,
have
that tells me a lot.
Do you have opinions based on documentaries?
It's more than documentary. Trust me. It's a
You know,
document of a forensic
saying-
investigation.
Yeah, right.
It's it's details of a forensic investigation.
Hmm.
So yeah, don't jump to conclusions before you know what you're talking about.
But you know that winners write history.
Yes.
So
The loser
Depends
gets
what-
written about.
In the aftermath.
like what I said,
it
like
doesn't change.
there was an
doesn't change the
investigation
fact is-
about the elections, and they find that lots of votes were faked. So what's the consequences about that investigation and the results? Is there any?
Oh, that's another thing. That
That's
has
the
to do
same
with the
thing.
court
It's
system.
just with another issue, you know. Like you,
No,
you
no, no.
pick, you
No,
pick
no,
a
no.
thing, you
No,
do
no, no.
investigation.
No, no,
Is
no.
there
No, no, no.
consequences?
No, but that's not the same thing. You're mixing two way different things. Look, first of all, you're talking about the court systems and how people don't. Facts are facts.
Court
That
does not
doesn't-
investigate.
What people do with those facts, that may change. You
People
know?
do nothing.
Well, anyway, this documentary shows some cold, hard facts to people, especially people who need it, in my opinion.
I'm going to link a documentary about JFK, and I would like you to link your documentary link as well, Thor, and we'll just leave it up to the people to
nothing
watch
to
both.
discuss. If we're talking about bullets and trajectories and bullet wounds and everything, we got that covered. We have no issues proving this in any court of law.
And who ordered that bullet?
Say what?
Who ordered?
The bullet?
was flying down.
That's not the question.
I don't care
we're
about.
answering where the
Bullet needs to
bullet came
fly to hit someone. So, is it fly from above or below, or from the guy
It
1 or
came-
guy 2? It doesn't matter.
I told you it came from the book depository window. Okay?
Okay.
End of story.
It's nothing. Like you could say it came from bird shit, a bullet.
Honestly, a bullet dropped from
And we
anything
can prove
dropped
it.
anything small, like a penny dropped from a certain height, could actually kill you.
Yeah, that's very nice. But yeah, we can prove this today because we have the Zapruder film, and we have modern forensics, and we have.
But what is
CGI.
the conclusion of that? What is the consequences? Like, what that knowledge that you find out? What does it change in the world?
No, we're just the only thing we're doing is explaining where the bullet came from, and thus explaining away the magic bullet theory that says that it was another bullet that came from another angle. That is not true. It all came from
even if there was like a 3 bullets, 4 bullets,
and basically
that's the question we're answering.
Okay. So why is that question important? Because
remember Andrew Jackson, he said let the Supreme Court made a decision, let them enforce it.
But why is that question important? Was there 1 bullet, 2 bullets, or was that guy 1 or guy 2? Why is that question that important?
So many people believe religiously in a man on the grassy knoll, or somebody in some other place, or the driver did it, or it's like a religion. So I like debunking people's beliefs and showing them the light.
What is the source of that religion?
Well, it's belief, of course.
Is that a story narrative that comes from the media, or people just create their religion on their own?
If you're not familiar with this, I'll run it down. What happened was, back in the days when they investigated this stuff, they fucked up the forensics. They didn't understand that even they had a movie of it, but despite that, they didn't understand that the bullet was
fly. So I think they know physics, like it's Newton physics. Projectile.
Yeah, back then they did not actually do the job. They could have done the job. Please don't interrupt me. They could have done the job for real, and none of this would ever have happened. But because they fucked it up, they started talking about another gunman and some conspiracy and blah blah blah, and it grew into a fucking religion.
Yeah, but that's what I want to say. Like, you see, like why you swallow that story that they fucked up, So do you think that they are all stupid people there?
It's not a story. I'm the one saying they fucked up. Okay? It's not an official story from anyone. I'm the one. Based on the new forensic evidence that clearly shows where the bullet came from. And I will show you this. You're talking again about something you don't know about. So you should actually just see the evidence, and then we could have a discussion about it. But we can't now. I want to talk about something else. Like anything, like Pluto. The dog,
he's
not the planet. Oof.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not one of my favorite Disney characters, but, we can talk about Pluto.
Disney's evil.
I linked 2 documentaries on JFK. If you could, Thor, can you link that link of yours as well underneath it, just so they've got all of the notes for them to go through?
Okay, but can you just break down what other perspective you are trying to bring forth here?
That there were multiple shooters.
No.
The killing shot actually came from the drain.
Just use.
All right, wait, guys. 1 sec. I just the fact what you just said, Van, that there were multiple shooters. That's like actually that point of view is supported in some type of movie that was.
Oh my God! Okay, let me just finish what I was trying to say, and you can talk when I'm done. The movie you're talking about is, of course, Oliver Stone's JFK movie. He made millions of dollars from this, spinning this thing even further around. Well, the facts of modern forensics and CGI and a thorough investigation of this shows that the bullets came from one direction. But it's kind of a tricky deal because if you actually look at the Zapruder film, you will see that the guy who sits in front of JFK, he's like twisting to the side, looking for the first gunshot because he's hearing it over his shoulder. And as he turns over, the second gunshot comes through the guy's head and enters, the passenger's body. So that was like the whole thing. If you trace the bullet wound from guy number 2 through JFK's head, you will find a straight line that goes straight to that book depository window. You don't even have to start in the book depository. You don't have to think about that window at all. It will show up on itself just by tracing the bullet wounds. And that's what they did. So the whole thing about multiple shooters is debunked a long time ago. But people, just like Van the Man here, just posted like some other documentaries about it. It's really funny because I already gave him the evidence, but he has refused to watch it. Now making up excuses.
Actually,
like he doesn't understand what an IP changer is.
Of course, I would watch whatever you link, Thor. You should know that without question. And as I told you,
it then. Don't come here with your.
I'll have to come and access that with a different browser, and come out from a different country for it to be opened up.
Trust me.
Well, just give me the link, and I'll try a different browser.
We have 1,000 mirrors showing this. There's a reason they're trying to scrub it off the internet. Okay, there's a reason nobody has seen it. Okay.
My videos or yours, or both?
That JFK video, that Beyond Conspiracy video, as it's actually called, nobody knows about it. I have to show it to people. Only a handful of people have seen this for some reason. It was CBS. It was on the fucking air. But never mind that part. It was many years ago and few of you weren't born yet. But this was like, come on, people. Don't you see it?
I don't want to come on people.
Don't you see what they're trying to do with you? Don't you see what they're trying to do with you? Make you into fucking fools?
No, I realize that.
Yeah, and another thing. Who shot JFK? Nothing is said about who's standing in the book depository window.
The CIA. A rogue group in the CIA left over from the Bay of Pigs.
He was CIA's man. He was a puppet for the system. The people just liked him. I'll tell you exactly who shot him.
Was he popular after the Bay of Pigs invasion went sour because of him? Did that help his popularity with the people or with the institution that he just screwed over, that were out for blood?
Oh my god, dude. Do you know who Lee Harvey Oswald actually was?
I mean, we didn't hang out or anything, but yeah.
Most people do not know anything about Lee Harvey Oswald at all.
Oh, I know a fair bit. He was actually quite clever.
Tell me about him then.
High IQ, quiet guy, spoke several different languages, was originally trained to be from my understanding of what I've read, was originally trained to be a spy in Russia. But when that was closed down, he was left with nowhere to go sort of thing. So he ended up working for the authorities, trying to infiltrate the CIA cell, which was working behind the scenes with its own agenda. And word had gotten around that basically he was an informant, and the CIA knew and used him as the fall guy. So that way to kill two birds with one stone, complete their objective and get rid of the informant that was infiltrating him.
That's simply not true. I don't know where he get that information from. First of all, he was a communist to the fingertips. He was one of the only people who went to the former Soviet Union to gain citizenship. He was denied and went back, kind of bombed out wherever, and he plotted and schemed to kill JF Kennedy because he wanted him dead. He was against the whole system. He saw him as a capitalist monster, and he was a true communist to the fingertips, dude.
Wait. So I do have one question. So I looked up on YouTube the assassination of JFK, and like before he's shot in the head, he's like kind of crouched over in pain. Like, what is that about?
Yeah, because he got shot twice. 2 bullets went through him.
He had an old injury that had to basically, he had a back brace on, which stopped him from being able to sort of, bring his body down out of the way. He was sort of kept in the upright position because of that brace. So he'd copped a bullet and couldn't move properly to get any cover, you know what I mean? Because his brace was actually holding him upright. So there's a couple of things going on in those films, and the videos that I've linked, there's actually uncut versions of the Zapruder film. The Zapruder film has been heavily edited. And as you go through the documentaries that I've linked, they'll show you exactly where and how the footage doesn't fit in together and where it was edited to sort of remove certain bits of key information.
Like this is what I'm talking about. It's like a religion, and this guy, he's even an intelligent person and should know better and should review the evidence I showed him, but he slings onto this with religious, yeah, like
religious zealotry. Religious zealotry.
Like, fucking stupid. Yeah, you know what I'm getting. Like, yeah.
I love your thought.
If you just watch, this is the third time on the second show we're doing this. But if you actually just watch the evidence, we can have a discussion. But until then, it's not a discussion because you refuse to look at the evidence.
It's not that I refuse; it's that it was blocked.
I'll find another version, but don't come here with your shit until you actually seen it. Like, we heard that one 1,000 billion trillion times. It's not true. It's not fucking true. Okay, they didn't edit anything, and I can show you the details. Okay, this is the last time I'm going to say this to you. Okay, you review the evidence. This is not a discussion until you review the evidence. Okay. It's proof, 100% proof.
You gotta stay calm. You can't get emotional.
Yeah.
Government is covering things up and that we can see it. And I think that's far more important than who the fuck shot him or where he shot him from. It's the fact that there are agencies who we are supposed to be able to trust that is providing false and misleading information to us.
To cover up their own.
And the most false and misleading information of all is the fact that this paradigm didn't change.
Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. This is the last time I'm going to say this. We do not.
I mean, I was talking right after he spoke.
We do not cut each other off. We do not talk over each other. Okay? I am the last, resort here. Like, I will mute if people don't actually follow that rule. So, back to what I said. These these theories have been thoroughly debunked so many times. And there was no connection to anything. There was no evidence showing anything. There is nothing to back up the case that there is a conspiracy behind this. It's one person's plot to kill a president. That is what all the evidence are pointing directly to.
Sort of like Bin
It's-
Laden was the sole perpetrator of 9/11, which meant we had to go and blow up Iraq.
That is not what the evidence are pointing to. The evidence point in all directions and far away from that guy. But in the JFK context, there's something different. But again, what these religious people do is try to mash everything together, like everything's a conspiracy. So you can because Osama bin Laden, that means of course JFK was a conspiracy. How?
Actually-
What kind of law? What kind of logic? Do not do it. Okay. What kind of logic is that? Your turn. Okay. You don't want to talk? Fine. But now you understand where I'm coming from with it. Okay. This is about the truth. And of course I'm going to stand by the truth. And let people run around like chickens believe shit. No. I'm not going to do that. That would be mean. So you can see me as a friend and a savior in this context.
I will see you as a savior and a friend that I disagree with.
You don't know what you're talking about. Watch the evidence. I also believed the Oliver Stone movie when I was a kid.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh,
I
it
didn't.
was such a
It
cute
had a little
movie.
bit of stuff on there, but
Oh.
not enough to actually answer any questions. It just posed more questions. It was a great movie, though.
Yeah, I would like to see like whatever evidence you think you have, but after you see mine, since I already saw all the evidence that was ever presented
Alright,
in this
well,
context.
You showed me yours. It's only natural for me to show you mine now. So
No,
otherwise, it wouldn't be fair.
You refuse to watch. I watched everything anyone ever presented on this, including that shit about edited Zapruder films. Okay,
Oh, I didn't
just listen to
refuse.
me. You have not watched what I presented to you.
The link didn't let me. It was blocked. I had to go through
Well,
different avenues.
You could have asked for another link. There's 1,000 mirrors online to make sure they can't scrub it anymore, okay? Do you hear anything in my voice? You should recognize
I
something.
hear lots of emotions in your voice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have been trying to scrub this shit for years while we have been sharing it out, okay? They've been taking it down and taking it down and taking it down, okay? It's official TV shit, okay? Nothing evil or like fake news or anything about it, but they
Everything
want
on
it
TV is
gone.
real.
What you have to understand that this is something they want gone. They don't want you to see this, okay? But they want you to see those conspiracies. They want
Actually,
to
that
tie you to
JFK
those
one, when you
conspiracies.
try and play on, like when you try and click play on the
I have no
JFK to
issue
9/11,
with
it'll
sending you
actually.
a new link, but stop talking about the same thing over and over and over again. We've been over this already, okay? I've told you the truth. No, now go and see for yourself. And when you come back, you will be a wiser person.
Oh, I don't know if I want to be any wiser, but I will have a look.
Wow, you guys argue like a old married couple.
I know, right? Go and make me a cup of tea, Thor.
And another thing, when you're not actually talking, muting yourself is the way to go. That's the third time. Just
I don't
so
think
you
you
know.
liked your joke.
No, I'm not talking about his joke. I'm talking about like the 5 minutes before the joke where we hear his background noise and him breathing, and yeah, like that's why I'm saying everybody just mute the mic until you're ready to talk, unmute, talk, and mute again. Is that so hard? Come on. Anyway, what's going on in the world? People are just gonna sit there and take that shit? Like, seriously? Is it time to fucking stand up now? What the fuck?
Who killed Teresa Sperry?
I'm ready to war.
Do what?
I
You're
said,
very
who killed
emotional,
Teresa
Thor.
Sperry? Teresa Sperry was a 9-year-old who died, a 10-year-old who died 5 days after taking a COVID-19 vaccine. Perfectly healthy child, and all of a sudden, her immune system didn't work, and she was dead in 5 days. Who killed her?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The whole revolving door and the whole politics here. You know, they don't care about these vaccine injuries, like the big one called the Delta variant. Of course, well known to be a vaccine injury, not any other thing. But of course, that's a spike protein too, and that
The
will come up in your PCR test too. And
new
that's the
Nuremberg
problem.
trials.
Please don't interrupt when I'm talking, Van. So that's the problem with this thing. You're trying to diagnose one thing from the other when it has the same properties at the end of the day. The vaccine is the Delta variant. That's pretty much the whole reason, this happened.
The new
But
Nuremberg
go ahead,
trials
Van.
that will take place will sort who's responsible for all of this. And all those that are currently in positions of power and in positions to be able to put a stop to this madness are just letting it happen, and they will all be held accountable. Just as the doctors, the judges, the police officers were during the Nuremberg trials, they will be again. Because they were the responsible ones that were put in positions of power that allowed this to take place. And they can't say they did not know.
No.
That's a lot of heads to roll.
Unfortunately so. Unfortunately so. And they're going to claim all the way to the end that we were doing what we thought was right, because they're going to lean on that righteous high ground as long as possible while pretending they didn't know the damages were taking place.
Yeah, the people will demand the sacrifice. But will they learn? Is the question.
Yeah, but
do they ever?
And then what? All the class action lawsuits are going to bankrupt every government who mandated or persuaded people to take a vaccine?
It's going to be interesting. That's definitely for sure.
I mean, if everybody who did that was held accountable, we'd literally have a leadership vacuum worldwide. I mean, they even delivered the vaccines in North Korea. I mean, like everywhere. So how is that even supposed to work?
We would have a middleman vacuum. We could fill that with like ourselves. Just saying.
So who's looking forward to the new Nuremberg trials?
Well, I'm down.
It'd be interesting to see how many witnesses get assassinated.
Who will be the judge?
Well, this is the thing. During the first Nuremberg trials, judges were pulled up in front of the court as well. Police officers, doctors, you name it, government officials. It was It was huge. It wasn't just the military. It wasn't just the generals and, the doctors that were carrying out the experiments. It was all of the other people that blindly just followed along knowingly.
Yeah, but you always had another side. Do you have another side now?
It'd be interesting to see what they invent. But I'm sure it'll be, we thought we were doing the right thing. We were just trying to help. We were trying to do our job. We were trying to protect the people. And they'll cry while doing that because that way it'll seem more believable.
Just think, like you had, like in a world war, you had one side against another side. But now each country is on the same side.
Not necessarily, because the people have been lied to. Once they figured out that things will change and it'll be a minority who push this into position, not the majority. Things will sort themselves out. We just got to sort of keep doing what we know is right and keep doing what we feel is right. Trust the actual science. Look at the evidence.
Yeah, I
As
mean,
Thor keeps saying, the evidence speaks for itself. And he's not wrong. The evidence does speak for itself. It's just they're refusing to listen. And that is going to cost them in the long run.
So the only thing I think, sorry, I interrupt you, but for example, if something bad needs to happen at the same time everywhere for people to understand.
The bad thing is already happening. People are already
but
dying
it's
from the
happening.
vaccine.
But it's happening slowly,
Now, when the children are being vaccinated, it's going to change the narrative because the children were at zero risk. So when they start catching these damages and dying, like they are, you're going to have a lot of angry parents. Now, you can upset a lot of 30, 40, 20-year-olds with no kids quite easily. They'll contain their anger, but you start messing with people's kids and damaging and hurting them, you are messing with fire you have no idea of.
I have, but I mean, if parent lose a child, then there is nothing else he can lose,
Yep, exactly.
So
exactly. Trust me, the things that they've put into action, they have no idea what they've put into action and what is coming for them. The winds of change have already started. While they think that they have this all planned out, they have no idea what is coming for them. But they will, all in time. Unfortunately, the amount of lives that will be lost as a result, we cannot get back. I just wish we didn't have to lose so many people for these people to wake up out of the psychosis that they're currently in and have been walked in by their government, by the people that they trusted.
It would be interesting.
Things are already in motion. They cannot be stopped. And they put this into motion, not us.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, the main initiators are basically people older than 80 years old. So they also have nothing to lose,
In
They
some
live their
respect,
life.
yes, but I'm going to push for them to lose their financial empire, basically, because that's how you hurt them. Their money is power. You take away their money, they're powerless. They wouldn't even be able to survive on the street for 2 days.
Yeah, of course.
Because they have no experience. They have no idea what it's like to be doing it hard. They have no idea what it's like to have no money. They have no idea what it's like to dumpster dive, to sleep in the cold, to sleep on a bench. These people have had it too good for far too long. They have no idea what it is to be struggling. And that would hurt them more than putting them in jail. It's taking away their power, the one thing which they worship.
How, What do you think about Gaddafi?
He was an interesting figure, to say the least. He tried to play both sides against each other and had his own agenda, and it's hard to get any truth when looking into Gaddafi. Depending on where you go, you really sort of
Yeah. I mean, in one point he was like loved, I guess.
Yes, he was. In fact, before Gaddafi was overthrown, Libya had the highest standard of living in the Middle East and
Yeah.
Africa. It was one of the most stable countries.
So how, the thing is, like, I know that they didn't like it maybe in the past because the way how he get the power, but then again later I think he become more wise, and then he did probably some good things,
I think he realized at the corruption of the level that he was dealing with the West, and basically that changed him, because he realized he cannot trust any of those people in the West, that they have their own agendas and plans for him and his country, which he wasn't aware of, because he wasn't meant to know.
But my point then is, so then he become loved. He did that, like he want to unite Africa. He want to start trading fuels in different currencies. Yeah. So he want to open up everything, and then suddenly, in maybe less than a month, their own people kill him on the street.
Actually, some of them were they weren't really his own people.
Yeah, air quotes, okay. But
they were funded by the CIA and driven and brainwashed into doing the CIA's dirty work for them.
But you see how easy it is to
trick
turn
people,
things, from one side opposite to another side.
Trust me, I see how easy it is to trick people just looking at COVID currently.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I ask you is because there is a similarity in the process, like in the way of things, how things are done. So it's just, if somebody is listening, maybe, I don't know. Anyway.
Gaddafi is definitely an interesting subject with a lot of history that not many people are aware of.
Maybe those who are in the power now could take his story as an example.
Well, you either work with the CIA if you're in the Middle East and you're in power. You either work with them or you get killed and replaced.
Yeah.
I mean, what was that they said to the Middle East? We can either carpet you with gold or we can carpet you with bombs. It's your choice. So you're either in on it with us and make a bit of cash, or we're going to blow you back into the Stone Age and take it anyway. Which is a really interesting way to negotiate. Last time I saw negotiation tactics like that was in The Godfather. It was a really good movie. Has anyone seen it? The mafia and stuff.
Yeah, I see.
Say hello to my little friend.
Yes, say hello to my little friend. In this case, it's in the form of a Predator drone. Remote control assassinations. I mean, God, we've come a long way. I mean, this is like developed a whole new level of fun to remote control aircraft and cars and stuff. And it leaves the person doing the attacking with the drone completely detached. So that way, you don't have any of that terrible what's the word?
PTSD.
PTSD and feeling guilty about killing people you don't know and stuff like that. Because, that stuff's troublesome. Don't need any of that.
You can even watch a cartoon.
Yes, yes.
And supplies a
It's only
layer
a video game.
and supplies a layer of plausible deniability.
Indeed. Plus, it's expensive to look after soldiers with PTSD. That's why it's easier to replace them all with robots, because at least you can trust the robots to do the right thing, no matter what the order is.
Yeah, I mean, who likes the veterans? They're just like, retired people. They just ask for money. They
Well,
don't produce it.
the worst thing is they gave everything, trusting. They offered their lives.
Yeah,
in
but
trust, in respect, in honor, and they've been dishonored by being lied to and then sent to war for shit which has nothing to do with what they were told it was for. So, I mean, they say, we need to respect our veterans and so on and so forth. Well, how about telling them the real reason of why you're sending them to their death? I mean, if you want to respect them, tell them the
But on
truth.
another side, who joined the army? I don't think it's patriots. It's it's a easy money maybe.
My father
Like,
was in the army. My
yeah,
father's father was in the army.
okay,
My
but
father's father was in the army. I was expected to go into the military. I was offered command systems operator and turned it down purely because of the military background.
So why would you join army if there's no reason? Like, if your country is not in a war, you don't have to defend.
At the time, it was a career in technology.
I mean, like, I understand before, like my grandfather was in army, but it was a different time. It was a war.
Indeed. The army you can use to get a trade. Go there for 4 years, 5, 6 years, or whatever. Learn a trade, whether it's a mechanic, signals, whatever it is.
Yeah, but
But
those are not
hopefully,
patriotic reasons. That's what I want to say. You are not going to army to defend your country. It's not patriotic reasons. It's practical reasons, either for the money, for the trades, or whatever.
but you still realize that when you do join the army, that this is more than possible that you will be dragged off to war at some point.
Well, that's a risk you take.
Harry, they know that at any point they could be deployed anywhere around the world within a matter of 48 hours.
Yeah, I just want to say that the motives are not patriotic as they are when your country is in an active war engaged.
I agree.
So it's not about they were lied. It's like a mercenary. You get paid, you take a job, you get deployed, you do the shit, and then deal with it later. It's just people don't understand, like that's why all youngs go to the army, because they only know about the army from the movies, and they think that everybody is a Rambo, And then when they see shit and they get home, then they realize that it's not, a movie.
Movies are used for recruiting.
Yeah.
Top Gun actually was one of the highest grossing movies when it comes to people wanting to join the military after watching it. And everybody wanted to be a Tomcat pilot after Top Gun. They had an enrollment rate that increased 300% after the movie Top Gun was released. So, you can't tell me that they don't plan these things.
Yeah. I mean, But
anytime you see any kind of military hardware in a movie, you can guarantee that the Pentagon and the military has been, you know, corresponding with the movie people to allow them access to this sort of stuff.
What about Minority Report?
Minority Report was an interesting look into a possible future, which they've been trying to strive towards for quite some time. Unfortunately, when they create these algorithms that they hold up high as the Holy Grail, they forget that their own biases are actually programmed into the algorithm.
yeah,
So they've
exactly.
corrupted the algorithm from day one. It is a broken algorithm because they are corrupted. So they're transferring that corruption, their biases, into the actual program, whether they know it or not. And this is the thing.
I mean,
this
there
is
is an old saying: the assumption is the mother of all fuck ups. So
it is
basically,
very
that's
true.
it. You know.
It is very true. I couldn't agree with that more. Because when you generalize too much and assume too much based on those generalizations, you leave yourself open to making huge mistakes, which can turn out to be rather costly.
That's
my
why
take.
AI cannot be applied to humans in a deterministic way, like an absolute way.
You'll get close, and depending on the designer of
No,
the...
I mean, you can get close, but it cannot be absolute. But human life needs to be judged by, like, you know, like you cannot let algorithm decide just by the percentage. You know what I mean? Like, you can compare signs on a road and traffic lights, things like that, and help maybe some self-driving car to drive. But when you need to decide about the human, it's not black and white. You know, it's not just a dots. I mean, probably it is in 90%, but maybe you are the one in this 10%. You know, and you don't want the machine to decide about you.
No, there are certain decisions that a machine should be kept out of, yes. I'm hoping trial and error will show us the way through that little maze.
So yeah, I was talking basically the computer tech they have with the hands free computer systems and whatnot. And I know that was said a while back, but I still haven't seen anything like that for the general public.
Cost. I mean, we're moving in that direction. You're seeing smartwatches more and more. Your smartphones are getting more and more capable of all sorts of things. It's not far from it. I dare say that the private sector has some interesting things which we're not seeing yet. But give it time. A computer is really meant to be an extension of our mind. Audio-visual was meant to be as a learning aid, a teaching tool, not a mind control tool.
Yeah, I agree. It should be a tool, not not replacement.
Unfortunately, like all great discoveries and all great inventions, audio-visual multimedia is a double-edged sword. It can be used for both good as well as bad. It all depends on who's wielding it, who's using it for what purpose. All great discoveries can be used for both good and bad.
You know, Van, I've heard you use the analogy of the double-edged sword multiple times. I've heard many other people use it in the past as well. quite often I find more important than the two obvious edges are in fact the unintentional and undesired results of actions based on something that has nothing to do at all with intentions.
Unforeseen side effects or unforeseen consequences and things like that, they're a difficult one to gauge, wise, let alone to foresee. I mean, you can foresee so much, but those truly sort of unforeseeable things are those things that blindside you on an idle Tuesday, come out of nowhere. And that's where, be prepared for anything comes into play. Whereas you don't know what you're preparing for, but just you're preparing, you're ready for anything.
Well, I'm talking more of a closer and far away concept at the same time, because if you look at the microcosm of the smaller pieces of it, in this concept, what I'm presenting is a business that has waste, who buys a dumpster and pays its fees and doesn't think any further about it because they've done what legally is their due diligence for whatever waste is produced. And those things, as they build up, present different consequences that could be accounted for, calculated, extrapolated, or prepared for in some way, are in fact completely ignored. It's the trickle down effect. It's the buck rolls downhill thing with just about everything in our culture these days.
It's not easy to be omnipotent, aware of everything. We're only human. But to get past those sort of unforeseen things, the group mentality of working together as a group, where each individual strengths come together to benefit not just yourself, but the group, such as the experiences of individuals, when shared, have the ability to help others. So a group has more of a chance of spotting these unforeseen things than an individual alone, you know what I mean, based on their experience.
Well, yes, and
Does
therein
that
lies
make
my
sense?
point. Yeah, absolutely. Therein lies my point. Like I worked in several different fields, and one of them being manufacturing, where I was actually the lead efficiency expert for an international division, and there were groups of people that helped me make decisions and help plan logistics as far as packaging and pre-ordering raw materials and where the waste goes. But not one time did I ever see in any of the businesses I've ever worked in or had a group of people specifically assigned to not just minimize waste, but also some type of recovery system in place or some type of after effect system in place for their share of the pollution of the world, or even just landfills. Like these things are not in place anywhere, and yes, it does take a group, but we don't even have individuals working on these things, let alone groups.
That would go back to the company mentality of saving cash and cutting loose ends wherever you see them. You know what I mean? So that way you're not all the money that you're spending goes into productivity. Whereas managing waste and so on and so forth, unless you're producing something from it, it's not financially viable to the company. The company's whole interest is to make money. It's not to be nice. It's not to be, fluffy, fuzzy, make you feel good and all warm and inside and that sort of jazz. No, its whole purpose is to make money for itself and the shareholders. So having a division like that, unless it was ordered to, would just be taking out of the profits from a company perspective. Of course, you get what I mean? So they won't justify it unless forced into it. But you are correct. There is no systems like that in place, and those that are very few and far between, and were actually incorporated in the initial design of the business to begin with.
Exactly my point, and very well put. And that brings me back to my question of to what extent are we going to see these responsibilities and liabilities fall on the heads of people who are definitively accountable for these things? At what point do we stop looking at just what people are accountable for each specific thing and start looking at some of the other repercussions of different types of actions?
It's easy to get carried away in doing
Well, I
such things.
think there is in the law, I think some things get merged. So either company is treated as a person or person is treated as a company.
When the company is treated as a person, that's dangerous territory because that person lives longer than any normal person. That person can be the most meanest, nastiest person on the planet and still have legal cover, but there's no feelings, there's no
Yeah, I
remorse,
know.
there's no human emotions taking place when a company is considered a legal person or a legal entity.
Yeah, but it
And
is. So I think that's the problem.
it's
So I
it's
don't
like,
know if is it a problem that person are treated as a company, or is it a problem that company is treated as a person? Because I
I think
think
it's a bit of both.
yeah. So it's merged.
This merger was to protect companies, to protect people and blame the company, which then the company has infinite resources to defend itself more than a person does.
Well,
I mean, it's almost fair to say that companies have more rights than
yeah,
individual people.
yeah,
Now, when
exactly.
that can be said, you know you've gone the wrong way. That shouldn't be easily said or agreeable by others who can also see it. I mean, if others can also see it, you know there's something definitely wrong. Because it clearly shows you what's more important. And it's sure as shit not pointing to the people. And please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no. I mean, I share probably the same opinion. It's just.
But this is the thing. Most people don't see it the way the companies do or the way the society, because society seems to be moving towards the company way of thinking. Everything's company, everything's industrialized, from education to the workplace to how you structure your day. It's all industrialized. Like we
But
just
see, that came slowly, one
yes,
thing
but
at a
people don't
time.
because it's so slow. People don't
Yeah.
realize that they're slowly turning into machines.
So that's the thing that I was saying. Like, if things happen slowly, people will not, realize what's
It
happening.
comes back to what Wise and Thor have said is that basically it's like the lobsters or the frogs in the
Are
water
cooked. Yeah.
slowly, and they just don't realize. By the
But
time they realize, it's too late.
is it possible that they regulate the number of bad things happening with the vaccination by taking just a percentage?
No, I think this is based upon the vaccination and the worldwide rollout. This is a massive move. This is indiscriminate. This is Thanos sort of shit where you click your fingers and you're taking out more than half the world's population, indiscriminately. Young, old, rich, poor, doesn't matter.
Yeah, but you see,
and you've justified it to yourself that you're doing it for the right reasons. Because no one that does evil things is thinking that they're doing evil things. They've all convinced themselves that they are doing the right thing, that they are doing this for the greater good. I guarantee it. You ask them, and they are convinced that they are doing the greater good.
I mean, nobody. I mean, not to nobody, but not many people will, confess they are doing it for the bad reasons. But like what I sometimes I said is giving an advice is hard and responsible thing. So
It is.
because you don't know what is a good advice for someone else, you can only judge by yourself. So
Indeed.
how
Plus,
they know that they are doing a good thing, they are only judged by
what I
themselves.
tell
They are
you,
only doing good thing for themselves, because they judge for themselves what fits them.
indeed, what I tell you and how you interpret it are two different things as well. So I
Yeah,
could
of
give
course.
you good
Yeah.
advice, and you could interpret it in your own way, which may turn it completely around.
Well, that's happened with the Bible. I mean, one thing is what
Perfect
is
example.
written, and another thing
Perfect
is what
example.
people read.
Brilliant. I couldn't have picked a better example if I tried. The Bible is a great, great book that describes situational stories for the future, for future generations to imagine themselves in, so as to give them scenarios to deal with before having to experience them. Gauge their judgment, discuss it with others. Because they didn't have documentaries and they didn't have movies and so on and so forth. So, it's kind of hard to describe a situation back in those times.
Yeah, those are like, like I like, for example, not I give the respect to the people's sayings, like the old sayings that come from the experience.
There's a lot of wisdom. There's a lot
Yeah.
of wisdom from those old sayings. The ancients hide their wisdom in poetic figures and gestures. And those old sayings are bits of truth, universal truth that remain
Absolutely.
unchanged over time, over decades, over eons.
That's why they last that long.
They've
Because
passed the test of time, and I feel
Yeah.
for those reasons alone, we should start collecting those, sharing those, living those advices from the past that we
So-
have learned, that we know work.
the thing between truth and the lie is that truth is self-content, like you don't have to maintain it.
The
It is
truth
just-
has a way of carrying itself. It
Yes.
speaks for itself.
But for the lie, you need to maintain it. You need to
Needs
put energy.
reinforcement, needs to be held up. You need to keep
Yeah.
feeding it energy to keep it in motion. Whereas the truth has its own motion, has its own flow, and it's with the natural flow of things. This is what I was saying, is once you start interfering with the natural flow of things by imposing artificial flows, structures, or diversions, or whatever you want to do to change it to your will, that's when you'll see problems. If you're going with the flow, you won't see any problems whatsoever. As soon as you start messing with the flow, the natural flow of things, that's when problems arise. It's like trying to dam a river. It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's possible, but it's not easy. But it creates other problems. It creates other things that you've got to deal with. Pressure builds. That pressure has to be released. What are you going to do with that? Where are you going to release it? Is that going to damage things downstream? Cause and effect. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction, or sometimes equal and opposite reaction simultaneously. I mean, when you take a chance, there's a possibility that the outcome of that chance is going to be negative, and then there's a possibility that it'll be positive. But there's also the possibility it'll be neutral as well.
But there is also thing that you don't know what is positive and what is negative. Because something that you think it's negative, it might be that at the end it's positive.
It does take wisdom to really sort of see things. I mean, a simple thing like helping people. You can help people so much, right, doing good for them, that they never learn to help themselves because they're
exactly.
always being helped. And that's actually being nice, but causing a negative effect.
Yeah. I mean, it's just
And that's where that old saying comes in, is that the road to hell can be paved
Yeah.
on good intentions.
Yeah, and that's the same analogy that giving the advice, or you want to
There's a
help,
lot of
but maybe you are
there's a lot of
doing more damage.
there's a lot of blind do-gooders. Now, what I mean by blind do-gooders is that they are good people. They want to do good in the world. They have this urge. All they want to do is good for others. But their lack of ability to see further past those actions will not allow them to see that some of the good that they're doing is actually doing harm. You know what I mean?
But probably those people never solved a problem at the first place. And
But you
then
still
they are
can't take
trying.
it away from them, from that innate urge to want to help. I mean, that's a gift in itself. There's not many people that, want to help and don't want anything in return.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it's a true gift to be able to help somebody without them ever knowing that you helped them.
That's why, I will not talk about myself. But
It's all good. Open discussion.
like, I don't think. Anyway, never mind.
I think you do think, because it
I mean,
sounds
I
like.
think.
Are you trying to trick me?
No.
It's all good. I'm just mucking around.
Yeah.
But
No,
yeah,
I
no,
mean,
look,
like,
it's an
I don't
open.
like, I don't like where people say thank you if I didn't ask them to do something. So,
Not sure
because,
I
like,
understand.
yeah, that's why, like, this is a discussion, a separate discussion. But, like, if you do something, well, as you said, if you do something that people even don't have to know that you did something, then you did it basically for yourself because it makes you feel good,
Yes.
So why would they say thank you if the outcome was good for them, but you did it for yourself, basically? So that's why they don't need to say thank you to you.
Is there anything wrong with finding pleasure in helping people? Is there anything wrong with that?
I wouldn't say, I don't know.
I mean, think about it.
I mean,
You're
if
getting
you
personal
only
satisfaction and pleasure from helping others. It gives you a buzz and makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Makes you feel part of something bigger than yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it's even more challenged if you're doing it silently.
Yes, there it becomes truly an art.
Yeah, because then you're challenging yourself.
Exactly.
And you're testing yourself. Can you do it without
Can you do
any?
it properly?
Yeah.
Without any negative effects.
Yeah.
Both now and further on down the track.
And without any, asking for any.
Our future can be birthed on either cruelty or kindness. We must choose.
Yeah, thinking concepts like that can be taken too far as well. I mean, the the amount of offendable people nowadays over a preferred pronoun is just insane, and people claim that harms them because they're called a certain thing based on their own perception is, well, in my opinion, not only asinine but very small.
I think that's
it's a dawn of a new age as far as I consider it, and these are all just the birth cries.
I think people didn't came to that thing on their own.
A lot of people are waking up, whether they got there on their own or whether they were guided or nudged or pushed or whatever the case may be. A lot of people are waking up. It's an interesting time. I mean, we've just witnessed 20 years ago the turn of the millennium. I mean, this is a pretty big turn. And by the Mayan calendar, it has ended and started anew.
And that's
And
the
there's
old
several.
calendar.
That's the very, very old calendar. Yes, the
Yeah.
26,000 year cycle calendar
Which is another cycle. I think
altogether. Yes.
is that the time that we need to go around the galaxy or
I'm not
something
sure if it's
else?
our galaxy or our local
Yeah.
group,
Yeah, something like,
because
or maybe the
our solar system is
precession.
part of a local group of
Maybe
stars,
even is it
and they're
the
orbiting
precession?
something,
The
which I think is
turn
the
that
Virgo cluster.
I don't know. Like I think the galaxy is
You could be
smaller
right. I'm
than a
not.
group, but there is the precession, the angle that the axis of how the angle of the Earth is also rotating. So I don't know
And where it
if
is on that plane.
so that makes a circle also that has a cycle. So maybe it's
Well,
that, or I cannot remember. But yeah, anyway,
it
it
is.
is something stellar.
I know what you're getting to, and it is difficult to describe. And I'm an amateur astronomer. We actually need a full-time astronomer here to join the conversation. So if there are any full-time astronomers, actually, I'm going to have to hit some of my friends up, try and get them to join in. But yeah, I've got a few friends at NASA that I feel I'd like to bring.
You have friends in NASA.
I've got another friend that's working on the Large Hadron Collider as well. He makes sensors. That's his thing. And yeah, it was interesting discussing the Large Hadron Collider with him. Like he described it as, well, like when you smash cups and saucers and you get bits of cups and saucers and stuff like that. Well, that's what we were expecting with the Large Hadron Collider. And I said, yeah, well, what do you mean? And he said, well, think of it smashing cups and saucers together, and out of all the little bits, you get a banana, you get a teapot, you get a knife, you get some water, you get like just all of just random stuff showing up all over the place, and it's different every time. And I said, okay, I can see how that would be confusing, to say the least. But that was his analogy on it.
Yeah, I mean, I know something about it, but I don't know what should I think about it, because those are all just traces of different amounts of energy that's shown.
Indeed, but it is giving us a snapshot, because those little bits of energy that are showing to be something for
I mean,
a millionth of a second, or a hundredth of a second, or a thousandth of a second, whatever the case may be, for some of them, are showing a wave pattern.
I mean, if you always get the same amounts of energy, like the set of some values.
How much do you know about string theory?
I didn't go deep into it because I have a feeling that they are trying to patch a thing instead of I don't know. I didn't go like I know something, but I didn't go deep into to investigate that because I somehow I have a feeling that is the wrong direction. But maybe it's not. Maybe I'm wrong. But
it was
so I have
energy in strings, loops, if you will, vibrating at different frequencies, and that everything is made up of these loops of energy vibrating at different frequencies.
Yeah, but they even said that those things make an energy. So that's before energy, even that. So energy is made of that.
Yes.
Yeah. But I don't know, like, that's what I cannot understand.
It is something which needs a lot of work. And unfortunately, string theory is one of those things which I think will end up being more of a philosophy at the moment for quite a while. due to the fact that we do not have any machines or experiments currently that we could build or that we could even think of building to prove any of the theories string theory puts forward.
That's why I think it's just patching things, like to fit the math.
Yep. A
And,
philosophy working
yeah.
backwards just to fill the holes.
But I don't know if you heard about Nassim Haramein.
No.
I will try to, like, some people say that he should have a Nobel Prize. Some people say that he is just, a joke.
Do you have any?
I will post a link, which is from
Please.
few years ago. I mean, more than a few years ago.
And a
but
name.
that one is like the whole story from beginning to end in one video. So I think it's more beneficial to watch. I will post
that
just a
sounds
second.
That sounds great.
Because it connects, like, you will see. I mean, like,
it's always best to
holographic.
leave it. It's always best to leave it to somebody else's instrumentality. Gives you an idea, gauge on how things work, not just yourself but others. Can learn a great deal from others simply by observing.
This something is missing. Why is not? Okay, there it is. So it is a 1.5 hour, but it goes like this is the whole, And like, for example, his math and calculations, what is done with this theory, basically, you don't have to feel anything. Because the math is perfect. So, and also it has like a good, how to say, like it's from the logical perspective, there is also like, you can explain multiple dimensions, like how they appear, and things like that. Anyway, I think it's, maybe it's not true, I don't know, but at least it's a good story to maybe think about something differently.
Oh, I'm definitely curious. You've got my curiosity spark, that's for sure.
Because, like, it's, camera obscura.
No.
So basically that's the thing that, like, if you punch like a small hole that only one ray of light can go in, you can still the camera obscura is basically an experiment from all time that's when they test the light, blah blah blah. But then when, as the science go on, the same experiment is reproduced with more precise instruments and with a smaller hole. But the conclusion is, like, if you create like a hole that only allows one ray of light to pass, you still has the whole information of what's outside of the box. Like, if you that's the camera obscura is basically how the photo, like the camera, how it works. So the image is flipped inside the camera and even inside the eye. It's flipped because it goes through the hole, and then what is up goes down, what is down goes up, because it's crossing, the rays are crossing, so it's upside down. But
almost
basically
react like entangled particles.
Well, yeah, I mean, could be, but the thing is that you have, if you have like a box which is in absolute dark and you punch a small hole, you can still get the full image on the other side of the box, because it doesn't matter how small the hole is, you will get the full information what's on the other side of the box. So everything goes through, even if only one photon comes through. So that means that one photon holds the information of the whole. So basically, one photon is maybe everything, or it's a holographic. I mean, you will get a better understanding if you watch the video. So because he goes from, in the steps from, and then he expands on the idea. And but the thing is that like that experiment can give you like it doesn't matter how small the hole is. I think you can imagine that like if you crawl your fingers and you look through the small hole, you can still see like what's outside, like everything. Like you cannot block, only if it's absolutely blocked. I don't know how to explain it, but anyway. So I think that's like the one photon can hold information of everything. So that's interesting part.
They also suggest that a black hole holds information as well.
Yeah, but
surface, it's still theoretical. But there's some interesting theories when it comes to black holes, and hypothetically, what's on the other side? Is it a white hole, or what is otherwise known as a Big Bang? Are they self-contained universes?
I'd say another aspect of that would be to perceive the previous experiment through the lens of a well-known experiment called the double slit experiment, where light was put into a box and there were two separate doorways where the light could go to, and when it was measured without attentive focus, it went between 48 and 52, and it stayed between that variable until somebody focused on a particular box. And when somebody focused on, say, the right box, then the number of photons that went into that box would jump all the way up into the 80s. So the same light being put in the same direction, the only difference is an individual focusing on a specific side while he's looking at that is what changed this experiment. Now, this is the basics for a lot of my personal sciences is to view things through that activity of attentive will and attention, what we're doing with our energy and our photons. And like the gentleman had spoke just recently, there are other scientific theories that show that a single photon will contain the whole of all photons, hence creating the micro versus macro.
Yeah, and basically, I mean that experiment shows that duality of light also, and this guy Nassim, he said that basically the whole universe is one photon, and then all others that we perceive as different photons are basically just images of the same. And I mean, he does the math around it, and he calculates the energy of everything, and it's like 4 to 4%, I think, difference between the actual calculations that is like from the science, but the margin of error that traditional science has, it's those 4%, because they cannot get closer, and they are filling those 4%. But in his calculation, these 4% are not existing. It's part. So he said that he calculated with more precisely than they did.
Interesting.
So yeah, I just wanted to mention the double slit experiment. It shows what is called the observer effect. And of course, you move a photon when you look at something. You interact with the photon because light hits the back of your eye, and a photon is light.
Yeah, I think there is more to it. Like, I don't think you move the photon if, like, because the light speed is constant.
It's both a wave and a particle at the same time. And when you observe it, it turns into a particle. And when you let it go, it turns into a wave.
I mean, that's what you get.
Yeah, but
I don't.
that like you interacting with that, you're actually moving a photon. You know, that's what you're
But
doing when you're looking at something.
I don't. So that's the thing that I think you don't move the photon.
The light is photons, and the
But it's
light
both a
hits
wave as well.
you.
It's
Yeah,
only a
but that's
photon when
not.
it's observed.
Yeah, but that's the only part of this that's irrelevant. Of course, you're seeing something, and when you see something, light hits the back of your eye, and that is a photon or photons, plural. That's just how it is. You know.
Yeah, but you
Don't
don't.
blame me for it.
I think you don't move the photon. I think the reality is built. So okay, I will tell you my my theory.
Understanding it.
Yeah, so I think there is a photon which may or may not move. I think it's not moving because the light speed is constant in a sense that if you have like a moving source of light, the light will hit behind and in front in the same time. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you put a bulb on a high speed train and you have a sensor behind and in front and you light up the bulb, the sensors will react not in the same time, but depends on the distance. Like you cannot deduct is it train going towards the one sensor, and it's not same as a sound will compress in one direction and then you will have that Doppler effect. But with the light there is no Doppler effect for a light. It goes in both directions the same speed. So it's not that you can add like for example, if you are in a moving car and you throw the stone, it will be the speed of the car added to the speed of how you throw it. But for a light, it's not added nothing. It's always constant. So I think the light is static, and then basically it appears that it's moving because the time is created and space is created, and how the time and space is created is like because of the speed. So whatever is perceived as lower than speed of light materialize.
Keep in mind, it's been recently proven that you can slow down the speed of light by using temperature. Really, really, really cold temperatures will actually slow down the speed of light. There's some interesting experiments that I've seen done which show this to actually be a fact. Also allow for the fact that light can also be affected by magnetic fields and bent and so on and so forth, which is also another interesting sort of thing that, a magnetic field really affects the particles themselves. So that's an interaction right there. It's a very interesting sort of set of interactions between the whole thing. It's very poetic.
For like they already know about like if there is a black hole, you actually can see behind because like they say that the space is curved, so you see like behind.
Not the black hole, no, but dark matter, which are these empty areas of space which seem to bend light around them, almost as if that there's some sort of object there giving it.
No, I think they said for a black hole because the dark matter
my
is
understanding that black holes can only be observed because of whatever is orbiting around them. Due to the fact that a black hole, by essence, actually pulls in everything, light included.
Yeah. The light of the objects that are close to the black hole. But if you have a distant star far away from the black hole, but in between black hole and you, in between that distant star and you is a black hole. And
have you ever thought about what a three-dimensional, like a doorway in three-dimensional space would look like? Hypothetically, to another dimension, would it resemble a sphere in your perspective, or would it resemble a square or a rectangle, triangle? Hypothetical.
I'm more about points.
Because my guess calculation would be that it would resemble a sphere of some sort.
Well, sphere is the most perfect shape or the body.
Now, unless it was generating its own light, you wouldn't be able to see it. It'd be like a black ball, almost resembling a black hole, almost.
Yeah. I mean, so you think that, but
and it wouldn't reflect light. Being a doorway, the light would, go in.
Okay.
Hypothetical again, if it's a dark universe on the other side of the doorway, what light is there to shine out of it? It'd appear like a black sphere, a bubble, if you will, that you'd enter.
So where you are going with that? Do you think that a black hole is a doorway? I mean, it could be.
I theorize that every black hole, hypothetically, could be a universe, hypothetically, but it depends on the calculation and the balance of that universe of whether any life or anything at all could exist.
But every atom can be universe, because how we perceive electrons and like we don't see it actually, we just measure it, and the behavior
we know a little bit about a lot as a species, but there's still so much we don't understand. There's still so much we don't know. So, I'm just theorizing here, just thinking outside the square, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Thought experiment. Like, I'm not saying how it is. It's just exploring possibilities as a thought experiment, nothing more.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's... Don't put too much weight on it, but just theorizing. What do you think of it?
So, like, the black hole can just be, one connection between universes, can be another universe, can be the same universe, can be just a grinder, because in the like the in the like one old story, I think it's from South America, there was like a Quetzalcoatl, and then it eats everything and it destroys everything, and then it ends up on the other end as a new matter, like a new like on one side the matter gets structure, and then on the other side it's in that primal form, ready to get another structure, so it might be just a grinder. So it's how universe works. So I was going to also, like, just I'm trying to find but did you hear about toroidal space? So what we perceive now, that space is expanding, maybe it will start contracting, because so I'll just try to copy this image. So if you see this image from one perspective, it looks like it's expanding, but then when it reaches one point, it will be contracting, but it still goes in the circle. So that kind of universe is also possible. So and black hole can be also this. So, I mean, because they also, I think they found some things in the universe that are black holes, but they are also radiating on the another end or something, or they collapse and they call it like a big I don't know, that I cannot now remember. But when black hole gains that much mass that it cannot even hold itself or something like that, then it just start to burst that accumulated matter. So it can be just a grinder that.
I know when two black holes collide and coalesce and fuse, it does create a massive burst.
So like, do they contain matter? Like, what is a matter? So yeah, I mean, I think it's just energy in particular state that appears as a matter. Who knows?
It seems to pull itself in a spherical form. I mean, is it a well or is it a sphere? It's one of those things, you know what I mean? Like, we're just not enough information.
But maybe
And I want to know more.
Maybe we don't need to know more for now.
But I want to know more.
The truth is inside of you.
I want to know more, and I feel we all should know more.
I think we can know more.
And even if not all of us are interested in knowing more, as long as we know more, catalog it for future generations that are interested.
My theory is it's so simple we just overlook it. Like we already do
Quite
know.
possible.
We just dance around it because it's scary to say like I am of all things, and like this is my physical manifestation that I'm currently living in, but at the same time, while I'm just like a walking talking meat sack, who's not just a meat sack, like I'm a spiritual force inside of this meat sack, but my spiritual force is connected to like all potential spiritual forces ever. Like that is an intimidating concept. With anybody with a rational mind, I don't think you could come to that with what most would call a rational mind.
So yeah, I mean the rational mind is limitation of the human, because I think we are trying to keep control, and I think the most freedom you get if you just let it go and let it be, and don't judge, because that's what I want to say before. Like you don't know what's good or what's bad because you only see things in a current context, what fits you or don't fit you, and but something that today seems wrong may be a trigger for the future that some things you wouldn't get if you didn't see bad things, you know what I mean? So like everything is good basically, but yeah, I mean I think everything is simple also. Like for example, why electrons are almost on the speed of light, and then every black hole has is spinning close, like the center is, so it's just dance of two either electrons or two atom cores, which do not collide. They just start spinning, and more things is joining the dance, and it expands more and more until it becomes big as a galaxy. But in the center you always have one small particle which is spinning next to other small particle in the speed close to the speed of light. So why it's not speed of light? Because then it would not be matter. So that's why as soon as something slowed down by 0.00001 of the speed of light, it manifests as a matter. And so I don't know, like so those cooling things I heard about that you can slow down speed of light through some crystals also, but I think it's more about the effect than the actual. I don't know. I need to check those information. Is that maybe just the effect that we measure because maybe the instruments become slower at those temperatures or something? I don't know. But the matter only appears if it's slower than a light. But anyway, yeah, I think we are going like this discussion is, theoretical. Anyway.
I think that's where the concepts of we're all stardust comes from. As soon as the light that is our essence, is our being, slows down enough to gain a physical manifestation. That's when we begin to manifest physically, and then we can see it. Look at our hands, look at our surroundings, knock on wood. But all that is something that's slowed down enough to freeze to a solid. The different phases of matter. I am not certain, but I hypothesize that eventually we will find that light is the fastest phase of matter.
Yeah, I mean that's something along the line that I like. Yeah, but it's not the matter that that matters. It's the light. I think it. You see, I think dimensions. Like they said, they have like it's like 11 dimensions. I think they calculated, but okay, whatever the number is. I think it only depends on the scale of the speed because like what. So just think like what is when you see mosquito flying in the room, what is his speed? Because like speed is a vector, so it needs to have a direction. And then now we are going back to those groups, and so there is a speed relative to the Earth, then there is a Earth relative to the Sun, then there is a Sun relative to the galaxy, then there is a galaxy relative to the group, local group, and then and then you get to the fucking space. So is the ultimate, like, this the final speed zero because it's speed is directional. So when you put all those vectors, you draw the arrows of everything. Does it goes into into the circle at the end and collapse into zero, or it adds up to the light speed? But I think either way is the same. Is it so? That everything is nothing, nothing is everything. So even if it's a zero or is a light speed, it's basically the same thing. So say what you want to say, sorry.
Cringer, you sound like Cristiano Ronaldo.
Oh man, don't dox me.
You're Cristiano Ronaldo.
This is my fake identity. Yeah. How do you like my last play?
I'm sorry, I don't know if it was your mic or just my head. I didn't understand anything you said.
Who? Me or him?
Benji.
He said that I sound like Cristiano Ronaldo.
That's a compliment.
Well, I said that he doxed me. That I am a Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, I definitely see where you're going with that, and I mean, I'd say, using Occam's razor, the simplest answer would be yes. Both at the same time, whether they're transitioning from one into the other, or it's a simultaneous happening on multiple spectrums. But yeah, that would be the quantum theory that would extrapolate from that. So now that we all know that all of our atoms are equal to all things in the universe, when are we going to start using this potential for something positive for humanity?
Started a long time ago, my friend, as I'm sure you have. And there is no
Collectively.
I in team. And I can't tell you if there is a heaven, but if there is, we're going to have to build it.
3 cheers to that. Yes. Let's get it.
We are Stardust, we are golden, and we got to get ourselves back to the garden. That's a quote. Johnny Mitchell, everyone.
I think also the double slit experiments show us that our attention can modify the reality. Our focus.
Energy flows where attention goes.
Yeah, and I think in nature, the example of how matter builds itself to reflect that need is a neuron, or neuron cell. Neuron cell. So even if you have only one, or you have like millions, the purpose is the same: is to direct energy in desired direction where it's needed. Otherwise, it just flows by the line of the path of the least resistance. But with the neuron, you can direct it. And if the nature built that mechanism, so that urge for building that mechanism comes from the nature. So then we can use it. We should use it. Like it's built to be used, because nature doesn't build anything which is for nothing. Like everything has a purpose. So giraffe has a big neck, so it can reach the food on the high. So so that's why, nature does not waste energy building something which is not needed for the purpose.
But also blends in with everything in its surroundings at the same time.
I guess. I mean, that's why, like, if we are talking about Catholicism, they said that like God creates while it tries to realize themselves. So that's that intention, trying to realize, which moves and directs the energy to form into the mass in particular shapes. And then that created a neuron to be with those capabilities. It's my thought about it. I don't know.
Oh no, it's good to explore these things, I think, and share these ideas, because then it allows these ideas to grow. Your ideas may give comfort to others. Your ideas may inspire others.
Yeah, probably just somebody will laugh.
Your ideas may be the missing key of what somebody else has been thinking of that they haven't shared with you yet.
Yeah.
But the fact that you're bringing it up in a conversation allows that idea now to be shared and allows it to grow, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I get you. That's why I'm here.
And this is the importance of open discussion.
Okay, now I shared with the word. What? Yeah, okay.
It's interesting the thought that energy never ceases; it just changes form from one to another. Well,
So
the
then,
atoms.
taking into consideration that we all came from one energy, and to everything, the evidence points to, looks like we're going to become one energy again. At least what the theory says. So, do you think we're going to get the ability to share thoughts mind to mind before we become that one energy?
I think we already have that ability. It's just we don't utilize it in open discussion enough.
I think we also have evidence of that.
I mean for real. I know this is very hard, but there's something called evolution. So just imagine that you gain powers and abilities.
You see, that's
and in
your
the
first
future-
mistake.
Please don't interrupt me when I'm
I
talking.
need
Please
to
don't
interrupt
interrupt.
you.
Please don't. So when you evolve into a higher plane, maybe you could send thoughts directly. No, I'm not talking in theory or what we can prove now. I'm talking in the future. We might have the ability to share thoughts mind to mind. You understand?
We
Yeah, I
have the
understand.
ability to share feelings mind to mind just by
You-
simply observing. No
Yeah,
spoken
now
words
I'm
needed.
talking. What if in the future we gain the ability to share mind to mind? Is that
But maybe-
something you have
Maybe
capacity to think
Yeah,
about?
no. I can explore that.
maybe we already
That-
can do that, you know.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, can you see a future where we could do that for real? Because I can send you what I'm thinking now. If I could, you wouldn't be saying what you just said. But yeah.
No. But
Like I said, in the future, do you think we might gain the ability to share thoughts mind to mind for real, so that I can send you one now if I want to? You know?
But I
That kind
believe
of
that
thing.
we already can do that. It's just
But that's not what I'm asking. Again, do you think that sometime in the future we will have the ability to share thoughts mind to mind for real, so we actually can observe it, not in
And
theory, not like whatever we see now, but not for real. But I'm talking about just the same way as we're sharing information right now. You can hear me, right? What if we're actually not on a phone call? What if we're just sharing thoughts mind to mind?
but sometimes I can hear other people.
Yeah,
That's
but
what I'm trying to
that's
say.
not what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm trying to show everybody. That humans have an inability to think in terms of evolution.
But I want
I'm
to
not
say
a
something
human.
else.
I am the next level. I'm a superhuman, and I wish you all can come up to my level, sharing those thoughts, and we can work together, just like the ant colony can work together. Thank you.
Well, evolution isn't something that necessarily happens in leaps. At the same time, while certain leaps occur, there's also transitions from one into the other. So you will have some entities who are just immersed with whatever the new model is that rolls out, and other people that actually have to earn it slowly. So they get these pieces and variable components that just need to resonate with their own frequency, so they can begin to respond to it, so we can begin to respond to them. And at the same time, we do see examples in our day-to-day life of these changes occurring, not just in the people that can see the full immersiveness of it, from the deep end of the pool, but from the deep end of the pool, if you're really connected to that water, so to speak, you can also perceive the people waking up and putting their toes in it too.
So,
Yeah,
okay, you want to say
what I
something?
mean is when these energies connect, like you say that the physical is somehow like trapped in an atom or a photon or like a particle as such. But when we have the ability to, think mind to mind, we won't be moving photons anymore, and that might speed up this process that used to be a physical process only. Maybe we can now share information faster and speed up the actual process, even though some people might have reached this point earlier than others. Maybe their interaction with others can actually speed up the whole process. Just a thought.
Yeah, that's what, like, I think we already have the mechanism in ourselves. It's just our mind is poisoned, distracted. Like, for example, how mother knows what the baby wants, even they don't speak same language, because small kids cannot speak, but mother knows what they want. Also, I had examples like if you are connected with some person. So I heard when you talked before, like if you spend more time with someone, but for example, I didn't spend sometimes with some persons, and I had like weird experiences with, like, I would wake up in 5 in the morning, and anyway, like the other person in a totally different part of world would also wake up at the same time, and I don't know how to explain, but like it's all about the focus, and it's all about what this guy Nisar said. It's all about the frequency that you resonate on. So I think we have the mechanisms. It's just we don't know how to use it.
I agree.
And then if you are close to someone, if you focus on someone, if you focus both on each other, you will resonate, and then you will get that, what you say, power. But the power is dangerous word, so that's what I want to interrupt you before. I think it's dangerous to think about the power.
I think of it as a connection more than a power.
Yeah, because if you think about the power, you will be corrupted.
Good point.
So then it would make sense for nature to connect us just like they did, again, the ant colony, and let us communicate with electrical signals, just like the neurons in our brain communicate, back and forth. But we still have one obstacle, and then it's of course the chemical one. So if we could somehow connect to the chemistry outside our bodies, then we could potentially send a chemical that converted into an electrical signal that again connected with another person. Or again, like theorized, we could send electrical signals directly, but that doesn't seem to be the way the brain works.
No, I think the electrical signal, that's this let's say mind energy, or I think that's on the quantum level. So that's why I think the spirit is on the quantum level. So like if you close your eyes, if you lay down on your back and close your eyes and be in the dark for some time, just relax, and think about what is like, get used to it of the bed, or like, so you lose the sense of touch. You get used to the pressure of the bed, so you don't think about it, and then just try to see what is your domain. How big are you? Where are you? Try to put a location, or where are you. That would be like a good.
I'm non-local, and when it comes to my scale, I am on all scales of reality. You can call me Tor or Taurus if you want.
Okay. Or. But anyway, then you will see that you are just a point somewhere. Like, you cannot put a size on yourself. You can put size of your body, but you cannot put size of yourself. So I think that thing which people call soul exists on a quantum level, and that's different than speed of energy. That's like chemistry only appears on the molecular level and atomic level, but this is even more basic.
Well, it's really just the same energy in different frequencies and different waveforms, but everything is connected. That we have physical disconnection, that's an illusion. And if you look at the quantum physics plane, everything is one energy, just playing with itself all along. So that's what we are too.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, so that's what I want to say. Like, if you measure the speed of light and speed of energy, there is still a time that passes. So that speed exists in a dimension of time. But if you think about entanglement and the electrons, they don't have a time. They are above that dimension. So they are entangled, and then when they react, it doesn't matter how far they are, it happens instantaneously. So there is no time on that dimension. That's more primer.
Time is a concept, pure illusion, something humans made up. So, yeah, we do have the time it takes for an electron to circle an atom. That is, of course, atomic time. But again, we don't have any reference point. We don't have anything to compare it to. So.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I just wanted to make like a difference between like like sending. Anyway, probably we think about the same thing. It's just if you send electric impulse in this dimension, like from 3D space, it takes time to reach. So that's why we have, when you play games, you have a lag. You have a ping, because it takes time for the electricity to go from one place to another. But on a quantum level, the time does not exist. So I think the thoughts exist on a quantum level, and it doesn't. So time exists only in the same level as the space. And
according to quantum physics, the whole universe is just a 2D plane that we have projected into 3D reality. It's not really 3D at all. It's just a 2-dimensional plane of information.
Maybe even one dimension. Maybe,
so
like dimensions.
It has a height and a width, so like that makes it 2-dimensional. But we gave it the third dimension, is the theory, according to quantum physics.
Are you proposing we all just hum at the same octave and vibrate into a reality where the best interest of the greater good had been followed for the last 20 or 30 years, so we can live in peace for a little bit?
Well, that's what we're trying to do here. Hum hum, everyone.
I say that as a joke, and while I'm laughing, but I am dead serious. For real.
Yeah, but that's exactly what we're doing now, and that's what the whole system is trying to do, connect, you know? So we're going to connect anyway. And now this is like just an interference period here with stress and disharmony. But of course that's going to go away when we connect completely.
Which brings which brings me back to an interesting time loop concept that I've had with me. Perhaps that sound is what the Christians refer to as the horns of Gabriel, and that those who can vibrate with that, ascend to a different plane, so to speak. Whether it's how it's written or interpreted is, well, I guess up to the observer or the understander, and that's the conscious piece of that repetition loop that needs to be understood before it can be actualized.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if anybody understood what the guru said here, you're supposed to vibrate up to a higher level, people. Come on.
Drops the mic. I mean, are we vibrating now? Wah, 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 wah.
I found a vibration happen. Like everybody's just vibing high now. Yeah, I guess like it's the moment of silence or whatever. No, but yeah, we speak people. Dead ear is a sin according to broadcasting.
Ben the man, you were saying something. Hello.
Hello.
Too much?
Marco.
Hello.
Yeah, we can barely make you out. Can you turn off your like sound scrambler or whatever voice changer and just talk like a normal human?
No, I'm talking like this. This is my voice. I'm a heavy smoker.
He needs
You're
to
a
be
heavy
quiet.
We're all heavy smokers, I think. But yeah. Yeah, what can I say? Should we organize a protest against the New World Order?
I mean, sounds like we need to all meet up at Stonehenge and just touch a rock. Shit.
Yeah, I don't know anything. Like, I'm open for any suggestion as long as it works.
But if we could get to Stonehenge, and theoretically, if those are like monoliths carved from micro quartz that refract and expand energy, that would in theory be a place that could definitively activate some type of energetic or frequency based portal to some other area. It's been sacred for who knows how long, and there's definitely some measurable forces there that aren't everywhere.
Well, I think looking in like stones and crystals and stuff is like probably not the right place. It's all like physics, very hard. You can like rub yourself on it, but that's pretty much the only real interaction you're gonna have with quartz. But of course, it has a frequency and blah blah blah. But like chemicals seems to be the way to a higher frequency for us, like ayahuasca, like yeah, psilocybin, and you get it, the whole thingy there. We come to a higher plane and see the singularity or what. Just a thought.
Well, certain psilocybes are even becoming legal in major American cities. Denver, for one, certain strains of mushrooms are completely legal, like weed is. But regardless of legality, I would be inclined to agree that there would need to be some substance or some disturbance in the fabric of your reality to, break the mold and be able to even perceive beyond that. And that's when you start, you know, providing some action, insight, attention into these concepts. And then, first you have to be a part of it, then it can be a part of you type of thing. And this is why they say it's not for everybody, because each person, each group just kind of gravitates together in this cosmic swirl at its own pace. And when the elements align, poof, there's that fractal.
So you
Well,
need to
it
stop
seems
thinking.
to it seems to be that there is, always a correlation between chemical imbalance and human disharmony, as an aggression and sadness and depression, whatever. So as when we cure that, I'm pretty sure we're going to cure a lot of the problems that come with, of course, being human and having slight chemical imbalances. That's a mic drop, by the way.
Granger, you were saying?
Well, I always have something to say, but I don't know what's. I have different opinions about depression, and I think if you don't mix depression with the schizophrenia, but okay, if you go with psychoactive substances, it's a maybe handy tool to reach some knowledge, to get experience how things works, but you shouldn't abuse it, so people should use it maybe to learn how to get there without any substances. And so what I realized is that if you stop thinking, so I don't know how to describe it, but basically the thoughts are something that hooks you into the reality, because that's what brain picks from your senses, and it attached to your soul. So that interface between are like a hooks that keeps you grounded. And when you stop thinking, then basically so I will just now describe, metaphorically speaking, it's like a tunnel above your head that suck you up. And those hooks are keeping you grounded, and as you let the hooks go, it becomes just an images, and then you just fly through them. You don't think about them. So that, I know it's hard to describe, but it's when you literally let the things go, and basically then you disconnect from.
Of every thought. Don't cultivate any thought. When a thought arises, do not hold on to it. Let it dissipate into nothingness. Just be in the moment, like meditation. I get.
Yeah, if you start thinking about things, then you create those hooks. That then you become grounded. If you don't,
there is a way that I meditate where I do use my focus, and other times I just let my mind wander. But there are certain times when I will retrace certain steps of, say, going to the shops and I will float my way there, going through all the steps visually, in my mind, sort of just to be able to practice to place myself in different places. I also try and visualize things like a rose opening and closing, or a match sparking up and going out again. Just mind exercises, if you will, so as to sort of
There's
work
many
out.
aspects. There's many aspects of meditation.
Yes,
And of course,
yes.
mind exercise. And of course, you have many types of meditation, but the one I'm talking about now is just emptiness meditation without the focus point. You can use focus points. You can use images that you focus on. You can use like simple concepts. But the ultimate top of meditation is, of course, just emptiness without having anything to hold on to.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest thing, because if you think of, if you visualize something, then you hold that image in your head, and that holds you. But in that, when you start, try to, I don't know how to describe, but try just to let it go. And for me, my experience, it was as I start, I get into the zone, and I manage to don't think about this, don't think about things are coming, but I just let them go, let them pass by, and you just gain more speed, and you just think that you will fly exponentially. You get you the feeling is that you exponentially gain the speed, and the speed looks like a funnel. So when you're grounded, you are on the wide side of the funnel, and as you start letting things go, it becomes narrower, but your speed getting proportionally larger. And I almost flew on the other side, but then I got scared, and then I intentionally initialize thoughts, because just to keep me down, because I thought that if I let everything go, if I just go through that small hole, I will not be able to come back. It was like a weird thing. But anyway, I think I didn't try it for a long time to do it again, but that was something that relates to those experiences with substances, But
have you ever had the feeling of free fall?
Yeah.
While meditating?
Not meditating. I had that feeling, but not during the meditation. During the meditation, I had the opposite,
with that
flying.
Yeah, and you were going forward.
I would going up. I would it's like something is sucking me up, and
So you weren't in control.
So as I let the things, the thoughts. Imagine that thoughts are like hooks, that keeps your and as you release one by one, because there are so many. So there is another, okay, I will finish one thought and then I will tell you another thing. There are many of you don't realize how many thoughts you have now in your head. Even if you think about just one thing, you have deep thoughts that are you think about tomorrow, you think about yesterday, you think about mom, dad, whatever. You have lots of thoughts. They are not in the first plane, so you are not conscious now maybe, but they are somewhere in the subconscious. But as you start to let things one by one, you go deeper and deeper, and there becomes less and less those things, and then you become lighter and lighter, and then you get up faster and faster. And it looks like it's a suction, because you are getting faster and faster up, and you're you don't have control, because as you let those things are your control. That's the control. And as you let it, you are losing.
I feel like you're overcomplicating things there a bit.
I'm just telling you, I don't know how to describe.
It is a difficult
No,
thing
like
to describe and to
just
put into words.
let me say this. Just let me say this. The traditional or one of the traditional ways that meditation is taught is that in between thoughts you have kind of an empty space, the pause, and you're supposed to exist in this empty space and not get carried away by your next thought. And after you practice this a while, you expand this empty space to become, your main space. Instead of having a thought all the time in your head, you're able to actually, shut them out.
And
Yeah,
relax
So
for a while
that's one traditional way
and
of teaching
recharge.
meditation.
so like I didn't read about those things. I was like, so how I started with this thing is I would like when I go to bed, when I want to sleep, I would lay on back,
Yeah.
and then I read a little bit about yoga, and I was doing some martial arts and things like that, and it was like know your body, know your every muscle, like, and even when you are stretching. Like if you just stretch, without thinking, you don't know what you are doing. But if you start thinking about it, you can like pinpoint every fucking muscle, And then when you are stretching like arm, you can really stretch like all muscles. I don't know, like that, because there are many of them that you are not even aware. So I use that, like you
swimming.
lie on the swimming also. Yeah, it's a
'Cause
good
you use them
experiment.
all you use them all in one go.
Yeah, and you need to be like a screw like corkscrew. How it's like you need to.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then when you get the rhythm, then you really start swimming. Like if you.
Think like a
Yeah.
fish.
Yeah. You become like you just float through the water, and
I mean, we crawled out of the ocean once upon a
yeah.
time. So, returning
But
back shouldn't be too far away from our scope of experience. There's that primal thing in there somewhere. And given enough time, you will get in touch with it. Getting in
yeah,
touch with those primal feelings, primal connections. Experience as much as possible. Learn as much as possible.
all my life I live next to the sea, and I've swim all my life, and I dive and everything. But only when I was, I don't know, 17, 18, I swim properly. I just took one summer, and I was just swimming until I get that point that I don't know. It's really like magical. Like when you everything is connected, and breathing and movement, and how you you become a wave.
For me, it's a little bit more important because I have sensitive skin. I react to chemicals very quickly. So going into the ocean and salt water actually clears my skin up completely. And any eczema or any skin ailments that I have are gone within 24 to 48 hours of me immersing myself in salt water.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I mean, I also
So
have a
there's
little bit.
many therapeutic and medical effects from it that people just don't realize. It's just for me being sensitive, I notice it more than others.
Yeah.
Whereas the same thing is happening with everybody else, but they just don't notice it because they're not as sensitive to it.
Yeah. But then so just like I would lay on my back, and then you start relaxing your muscles, and then when you think that you you breathe in, and then when you breathe out, you relax one group of muscles that are currently you are most focused on. And then again, you breathe in, and then it happens slowly, and then you breathe out, and while you're breathing out, you relax, and then you think that there is nothing else to relax, and then there is. So, and then when you realize that, so it's similar with the thoughts. Like you think that you think about nothing, and then you realize that you're still thinking about something. I mean, it's hard to describe, but it's a mental thought process, thought exercise. I guess you all have some experience with it, but I'm just sharing mine.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
It's good to share, compare. Each of us get to learn from one another, different techniques. There is no one way to do things. There's many different ways. Each one has a
Yeah.
different outcome. Some have multiple outcomes.
I like this what Thor said about the pause in between, because I think there is a pause, but I think I didn't think about it. So I will
It
try
is a
to.
hard spot to reach. What
Yeah,
Thor's
but I will try to explore it tonight.
that's where you recharge and sort of really sort of relax. The whole point to start with, what I practice with to try and get there, is first focus on putting my legs and my arms to sleep so they feel like they're no longer there,
Yeah.
and minimize the amount of oxygen that you're using. So you're only using enough to breathe and keep your brain going. And as far as your mind is concerned, you cannot feel the rest of your body.
Yeah, I was talking about that before, when you try to see how big are you, like, yeah.
And from there, it's just mental projection. And from there, you can take it to any sort of mental gymnastics you like, whatever you want to practice, whether you want to practice, clearing your mind, whether you want to practice focus, whether you want to practice traveling to a location in your mind, visualizing yourself, floating to wherever you're going, whether either on a straight path or following the roads. It's up to you. The only thing that binds you in your own mind is you.
There is even a thing I heard somewhere, but I think that is true. Like, I think that how we work, like, we are not multitasking. We just do multiple things very fast, so it looks like you are doing multiple things in the same time, but you are doing one thing at one small portion of time. You know what I mean? Like you can like in 1 second you can do 3 things, but basically you are not doing 3 things. You are doing, one thing, and then you focus on another thing, and then you do that thing, and then you focus on another. So I think that pause in between. Yeah, I think we are blinking. Our consciousness.
Just for the record, that's from Buddhism. I learned that from a Tibetan Buddhist master, and it's called existing in the space between thoughts, or just the space between thoughts. And it's like a very traditional Buddhist thing. So I didn't make it up. Just to.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Buddhism, but never mind. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, that's the way meditation was taught to me and a lot of other people. So, yeah, some people call it the gap, but that's more like Western stuff. A bit of a pun, but yeah, the gap between, or the space between, pause, if you will. But pause indicates.
I also think there are, like, it's similar as a breathing. The thought is also breathing. So I think you need input and then output, but also there is something that happens in between input and output, is that processing. It's not so. I think I read it something, that Kabbalah thing or something, but there is a receiving end, and then there is a giving end, but you need to. So also the causality is in that process. So when you receive, you give, you observe, you receive, you give, you observe. So you need to be what you give carries an information of consequences also. So because you need to be aware, like when you receive, then you decide what you will give. But so you modify, you modulate the wave, if you want. But it carries the information of the side effects of the, the reasons, the intention, whatever, and the causality. So it's like a breathing. I don't know how to explain, but so I think maybe that pause is basically between. Is it between input and output, or is it between each breath of the thought? And it might be even related to the Planck time. And then we are getting back.
Your natural state would be without lots of waves. It's like an ocean, when the wind is still, there is no waves on the ocean. That's your natural state. And then it's clear. You can see to the bottom of it. But when the winds are there, the waves come and you can't actually see to the bottom anymore. So our natural state would be clear, but we make the wind. We make the waves, so that's the problem. Karma. Everything is karma, even the thought is karma. So winds of karma,
At the same time,
Karma
I think
means action. Go ahead.
At the same time, I think there's another piece that is less discussed, and that's with each breath we breathe in one thing, and we change it. There's a transition there, and then we breathe out something completely different. And that transition piece right there is less spoken on, which is what actualizes and creates the change on all levels. And that transition period is another point that needs to be identified and understood.
So yeah, I think that's where the responsibility lives, because that's what each one of us brings, even if you are just observer.
Exactly. That's yes. It comes down to responsibility. If you are aware of something, you are responsible for it, and that's what keeps bringing me back to holding these banks and industries accountable for people, children starving all over the world, or slave trafficking of multiple kinds. I mean. There is enough surveillance. There is an undeniable amount of tools and resources that are available to create the capability to make the changes that we need, and they're just not happening. And the people we have in power now to keep us safe, to protect us, to guide the path of humanity, are not focused on the good of the betterment of the future for humanity. So now we got to take the power back, as Rage Against the Machine would say. Thor would say a call for arms. This is now. Like every day, our people are dying.
I mean, you cannot say those things here, man. I mean, like what?
Roar.
Yeah.
But
even our voice is now analyzed, and
I think we can all agree that we should take the power back. The question is how.
It's done in small ways, by waking up many people, by sharing information, open discussion with as many people as you can.
I mean, the history repeats itself many times, and if like humans are being ruled so many years and still nobody ruled them all, you know what I mean? Like, so why would that happen now? Like, there will be, bad things will happen. There will not be,
There is a tide building that the ruling self-proclaimed elites are following, and that is a distrust of them, the system, the methods, There's people are sick and tired of the corruption. At the moment, you've got a lot of people that detect and sense deep down that something is wrong, but not all of them are on the same page. Imagine how they would be if they were all on the same page and not confused by flat earth theory and QAnon and all of this other stuff that just complicates things, and that they weren't confused by religion, and that they weren't confused by this dual party illusion that goes on, which calls people either left or right wing or whatever. Imagine if they were all on the same page and focused with that feeling of something's not right. That's what they're truly worried about, is a united group of people that have just fed up, because there's a hell of a lot of people and not enough of the corrupt to be able to sort of fight back the tide, so to speak.
But even if something changed, like
something did change. Everyone's in fear, and they're worried about a thing called corona, and everyone's going out and getting injected, and there's new security measures being put everywhere where everybody's got to scan in when they go to a place, and as soon as they enter another place, they've got to scan in again and, you know, make sure that they can be tracked and traced in case of any major emergency, which, you know, this fear COVID thing has brought on. Things have changed, definitely.
But let's say even if that resolves, like even that everything disappear, the history will repeat itself if the people are concerned about power.
Before COVID, there was a lot of protests going on globally, from France, the US, Argentina, Spain, London, Australia, you name it. There were protests against, you know, corruption. This pandemic has put a stop to all of those. They've got other things to worry about now. Great distraction. It's worked really well.
Probably.
I'm only judging by the cause and effect.
Yeah, I just want to be careful. The thing is,
this is an open discussion. We're free to think and theorize. We're not saying this is how it is. It's just free to think outside the square.
No, of course. It's just yeah, anyway.
I hear what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
Now, in a free society, having an open intellectual discussion about anything, really, one should not have anything to worry about in a so-called free society.
Are we in a free society?
Well, this is the big question, isn't it?
Because
now, if we were so free, why and how were our freedoms taken away so quickly and easily? If we're so free, how did this happen? Was it magic?
And why are people scared to think even? And why are people scared to...
No one is more hopelessly imprisoned than those who falsely believe they are free.
So what comes after?
Whatever we make.
Well, this is the thing. If the Nuremberg trials, the new ones, don't take place, I can see another dark age. But if the Nuremberg trials take place, I can see a great change taking place at the same time as well. At this point, the dice is still in roll. The ink is still wet. The future is still unwritten, and things are still falling into place. And as we become closer, as we move closer and closer to the event, things will start falling into place a lot more easily and predictably, if you know what I mean, because other equations will remove themselves.
I was going to ask you something when you talk about it. You mentioned a few words that I thought about it like a few years ago, even before this. And like, did you, like, before you, like, did you have experience that like you see the future, not literally, but like in a sense of
Deja vu.
not
can
just deja vu,
foresee.
like, but I don't know, like, because you mentioned one.
It's not
Like,
something that you can control. It's just something that happens. You just sort of it's ideas more than anything else. It's
yeah, but
nothing
now
special.
you said now something like the dices are still rolling. The future is not written yet. But did you have like the feeling in the past that
Given
if
enough
you
information, you can pretty much statistically work out the chances of things happening.
Because I
And
had like
these chances are constantly in flux. The numbers on them.
so I
There is
didn't
no
have,
certainty.
but you see, like I didn't have any special reason for like 2 years ago. I told to one person, so 3 years maybe. So it was before even Corona existed in public. So I didn't know. I just had some, and I told to one person that like I feel a little bit worried, that I feel like I'm in a dark, that I don't see the future anymore. So I don't know how to describe. I'm not saying
In a
that I'm
time of great
special.
change,
You
in a time of great change, it's difficult for anyone to see the future. So don't be too hard on yourself.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Just I said that to, like I said that it's just darkness. But it was before. Yeah, okay, but I hear you. Yeah, I mean, I have some experiences. I'm not talking. Like I've been through some shits and things. So yeah.
These
All
things
good.
have the ability to allow you to grow. They can either make you or break you. You can either
Yeah.
learn from something and walk away with something positive, or it can
So
scar you.
I like what you think from all this. So when I ask what will happen after, what would be the main positive thing that we should carry forward?
Well, for the first part, a realization of how far we've drifted away from where we should be and what led us there. What to keep an eye out for in the future, I hope, so as to never allow this to happen again for the third time.
For the third time, yeah.
Now, this is third time in history.
No, yeah, I mean, like
written history. We're not talking about unwritten that has been, removed from history, because I could go back further.
But always, like, when I hear something like this is a lesson, so we know that it will not happen again, I always laugh.
I know.
Yeah.
There are certain entities which prefer a certain view of history, which excludes all of their wrongdoings.
Yeah.
But in doing so, they're holding everyone back, because we're all living a lie that protects them and their good name. So an entire civilization is being held back because of the crimes of the few.
Is that, are you referring something even from Egyptians, like maybe 4,000 years ago?
Our future is going to be birthed on either cruelty or kindness. And that was the case way, way back. It's been the case, it was the case, and it is the case. Yet we keep choosing poorly. Or the choices are made for us.
So when I hear somebody ask if somebody else can see the future, I have to ask myself the simple question of from what perspective. I've delved into a lot of different things in my path, and I've seen a definitive repetition of similar scenarios that I have perceived beyond a comparable timeline for this awareness and reality. And I have seen multiple probabilities that have formed from these type of pivotal moments, and it loops back to the question of have I experienced this loop? And these are all ways in which something failed or fell through, and just like I haven't gotten to the next step of evolution, awareness, comprehension, or what have you. So yeah, in some ways, I do see many futures. And I also see a future that I've never experienced, that I can see inside my mind's eye where I would like to drive to. But in order to get that type of vehicle from this type of reality into a fabric where those things are cohesive is a problem I face at different rings of the spiral each time. And I'm not sure if that's something I would, tell a professional psychologist like that, or if I would try to dance around it in
It
some
depends on the
technical way I could,
psychologist.
put a, bibliography toward.
It would depend on the psychologist you spoke to. Trust me, they're not all the same. As I was saying, a certain kind of person is required to be a good psychologist, just as a certain kind of person is required to be a good doctor, a good teacher, a good police officer. These are positions that are not just meant for anyone to fill. This is a
You are,
calling.
yes. You now. I said the same thing. Like
A lot
you
of
said,
people can agree on this.
yeah. But
This
I
is
usually point this out, like there are like nurse more than a doctor, because. But I also like teacher, and anyway, but nurse more than a doctor, because doctor has that power now. Nurse really needs to love their job so they can
But a
take
good
care of
doctor
shit,
is only a good doctor if he cares about the patient and actually gets involved as well.
Yeah. I mean,
So it's an evolution that takes place, and I do agree with you. More often, it is seen in nurses than doctors.
because they are more challenging themselves, because I mean, of
Doctors
course,
nowadays become doctors so they can have a big house, a yacht,
yeah, exactly,
and try and marry a supermodel. And it's a status symbol. It's not because they care about people. It's because they love money, and they
Yep.
care about people because of their love of money. This corona has basically separated the real doctors who actually give a shit with those who are pretending to be doctors while playing dress-ups because they like the paycheck.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And after this is all over, if this goes the way that I hope it does, we will sort this out once and for all, and we won't have half of the problems that we do in many fields. Because the problem is that we've got the wrong people in the wrong positions who are easily led, cannot think for themselves, and are greedy and corruptible.
And they will destroy themselves,
and us along with it, because they are not responsible for themselves, let alone for an entire population, let alone an entire civilization. I mean, these are bankers, these are business people, these are business professionals. What do they have to offer a civilization other than business tactics?
So
they're not intellectuals by any means.
They don't provide the bread on the table. They can buy a bread, but they cannot.
They don't create anything.
They don't create. Yes,
they just consume. When was the last time one of these prime ministers or presidents invented something that was worldwide, world changing, like penicillin or something, like where is their caring nature? I'm sorry, they were too busy chasing a career in finance because they love money, and somehow
Yeah.
it equates that if you're a good business person, you can run a country because that's all it takes. Don't worry about morals or ethics or philosophy or science, history. Those things aren't important. It's the bottom line, because everything has a price. Our society's poisoned with this capitalistic perspective of competing with one another, stepping on one another to get forward. And as long as you don't get caught, you get patted on the back for moving higher than the other person.
But speaking about the darkness, that was like a few years ago. But I like now, if I check my thoughts while Nicer was speaking, I also see some, like, I'm not worried. That's what I want to say. Like, I'm not worried. Like, even if yeah, I mean, even if like I'm like I'm prepared for a long time ago to, like, if something like let's say bad needs to happen, I can take it. Even if
worrying is great. It's like a rocking chair. It's fun, but it doesn't get you anywhere.
Yeah. But like, I don't feel some kind of like fear. I think that at the end, and what you say, like, I think pretty soon,
that will allow you, the lack of that fear will allow you to keep focused and to think logically. Fear clouds the mind.
Yeah, but also there should be a balance between emotions and the logic, because logic can be deceived. Yeah,
there should be balance in many things, but humans
in everything,
pretty much anything and everything
yeah.
Struggles with balance. And balance is one of those things which is always constantly in flux as well. It's hard to walk the line of balance when it's constantly moving as well, because every situation's different, calling for a balance point that changes constantly.
That's why I said that it's a danger to having plans. It's more about having directions.
Indeed. Be like water. Go with the flow.
Because directions will correct you a little bit left, a little bit right, a little bit left, a little bit right.
Indeed.
But if you have plans, then you have points. And then if you lose point...
Too rigid, too structured.
Yes. Yeah.
You can't industrialize everything. Not everything is a simple machine.
Yeah, you cannot put everything in a table.
Things are complicated and connected on complicated levels for the human mind to grasp. It's
That's why AI shouldn't decide. Is like,
well, AI is only as good as the human mind that builds it. So it will inevitably be flawed with the mind of whoever built it. It will have the biases.
Yeah, but like AI to realize that it's wrong, it needs to collect a lot of wrong, like correctional inputs.
Needs to understand why it's wrong.
Yeah, but for human, you can change immediately. From 1 second to another, you can flip if you want. I mean,
just blindly accepting that it's wrong can be dangerous without truly understanding why it's wrong.
That's why I think the logic is good in one thing, but also emotions needs to be. You shouldn't be driven. So I spoke about it with my daughter yesterday. I just tried to remember what exactly I said, but there is a level when you use emotions, and there is a level when you use logic, and there is a time for everything. But yeah,
balance.
anyway.
Wisdom's required to know what's needed for what time and when, and that's the difficult part. Anyone can get angry, but to be the right kind of angry at the right time, at the right place for the right reasons, is the difficult part.
Boy, and that really reminds me of a visualization I use during my meditations when I get one of those stray or random thoughts. I don't just let it go. I actually go into it, and being a part of it, it becomes a part of me, and I visualize myself, as a physical manifestation of whatever the concept bubble was. And then I look at my hands and I'm aware, and I sit down and I meditate on that, and I realize that I'm looking at a different me from a different me, and then I just breathe them back in. And however many times that loop repeats, when I breath, I just breathe. I just breathe all of that in, and then the next out breath just releases everything, and I'm back into nothing again. And as far long as I can float with that until more things pop up. But that's just one thing I do with them.
Yeah, I think the most like when you start exhaling, I think the best thing happens on the last. Like I realized there is, I think, 3 steps or 4, 3 I think steps in a, like when you breathe out. Even if you breathe in, there is a upper, middle, lower, and then when you breathe out, you start with upper and go middle, lower. So, but when you reach, like when you are in a wake state, and when you breathe out, you breathing halfway. But when you are meditating, then when you reach that, like when you are in a wake state, what would be considered that final, like now you need to inhale, but when you are meditating at that point, you still exhale a bit more. Then I think that's the part when you go into yourself. That's how I, like, if you relate it directly to the breathing, that would be like for me some kind of boundary. When like up above that level is like consciousness more, and then below that level is when you are into yourself, like more. Anyway, that's just some thought about breathing that came to my mind.
Yeah,
when
that's
you
a
get
basic.
upset or when you get angry, the first thing that changes before anything else is your breathing. When you get angry, when you get upset, when you get sad, whatever the case may be, the first thing that will change before you'll notice anything else is the breathing. It's always important to remember to breathe in a situation.
Yeah.
That is one of the basic components in some martial arts that teach you how to control your whole body with your breath.
Indeed. You can hold that breath and tense up at that last moment just before impact to give your whole body weight's worth of the blow, if you know what I mean.
Or release into impact.
Or I prefer to clench at that last point. The whole body in that fluid motion.
Yeah, I mean,
stay loose until that last point of impact, and then clench and drive.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
And then release through it.
Indeed.
Then you need to connect. Then you need to connect from your toe through your hips, through your knees, hips, everything, and that's when I told you about when you stretching, and when you stretch, for example, the arm, then there is there is a slight rotation in each ankle, what's your name, the joint. There is a slight rotation, and all that builds up then
the
into
different
one.
muscle groups.
Yeah. And then when you hit, then all those rotations combine
into play.
together. Yeah.
Yes.
And
Yes,
then
I'm
then
fully
then
aware.
yeah.
That's why I'm a big fan of gymnastics strength training.
That's what made Bruce Lee's one-hit punch such a phenomenal occurrence. It was, yes, he clinched all the way through to the moment where he made contact, but as he was pushing through that contact, once he broke through and you felt the bend, that's when he would exhale and just release all of that sprung up force into the motion. And that's what caused like that train wreck force in such a small motion.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be said for
Yeah.
having the right form.
So if we can all do that energetically and push toward like a better tomorrow, that would be great. We might see flowers spontaneously appear or something.
What you know, what sads me is, what makes me sad is when I see, like, for example, you know, there are brave people, but they are mainly left alone for now, and then they've been removed one by one. So, but I still think there are brave people out there, maybe more wise.
Very much so. Not easily and emotionally manipulated as some that are sitting back, watching quietly, waiting, hoping for the best, trying to share information, trying to learn as much as possible. But trust me, the tide is growing, and there is a lot of professional people right now that are questioning things, to say the least.
Yeah, I get you. I was wondering where are professionals, you know, because if I'm involved into something, if I have some knowledge that because my profession is different, so but if I'm on the other side, like that human side of me would have an urge to find some answers, and
Exactly. Exactly. So we're all connected. We're all very similar. We're all different, but we're all very similar at the same time. It's that duality. So just as we are asking questions, there are others as well asking the same questions, and the tide of that is growing, and so is the evidence against those corrupt people that are pushing this upon us. So there are several things at play, and eventually the two will come together.
Yeah, I mean, I believe
Time
you.
reveals all.
Yeah.
And change is inevitable. So if things don't appear to be good now, don't worry. It won't last. And also, if things are good now, make the most of it, because it can't last either.
Yeah.
Change is inevitable. Growth is optional. We must choose.
I can't recall a single time frame in human history, as I understand it, where things were actually good.
But we need to embrace change. I mean, that's that makes things flow.
Things have been changing. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's some things have stayed the same, some things have gotten worse, some things have changed for the better. Things are constantly in flux, and it's a work in progress. Don't feel disheartened.
Yeah, I'm not.
And we tend to focus on negative things because we're drawn to fix things. Do not mistake that because you're drawn to negatives and always exposed to negatives, that is all there is. There is balance throughout this world, and it's hard to be omnipotent, to see everything everywhere. Remind yourself that there is good out there. You're just not seeing it because you're too busy focusing on the problems that you're trying to fix. So you're always focusing on the negative. Remind yourself that there is a positive there. Take time out.
Well,
Always try and keep that balance.
Yeah, I'm looking for the positive, but I mean, I'm looking at it in ways that just don't exist now. I walk into like even a Walmart or a grocery store, and somewhere in the store you'll see a signage that'll say any business really with in any country that's got any regulations, you'll see a sign that says so and so many days since the last injury or report or whatever. I'm looking for a sign that says, it's been so many days since the last child died of starvation. I don't understand why it's so difficult.
All in time. All in time. These things that you're expecting, in the situations that you're expecting them, are difficult to implement. I'm not saying you're wrong, but all things take time, and everything happens at a time and a place.
Yeah, but after so many years of human history, why why do these things have to be implemented at this juncture? I mean, for a very long time, like people collectively know that nobody wants to watch a loved one die of starvation or horrible disease or whatever.
The corrupt have been in the control seat for quite some time now.
And people are frightened, and then they think only about themselves. They don't want to other problems,
And other people that aren't frightened
Yeah.
are kept busy by just trying to survive in the society, by paying their bills, keeping their job, looking after the kids, making sure there's food on the table, making sure the kids have got a good education. All of these things take up people's day, that they don't have time to do research or to think deeply about anything other than life and family and paying the bills and that sort of stuff.
And then there is a jealousy or envy or what, I don't know what.
Then
like
there's
people.
Then there's the cornucopia of human emotions, primal or otherwise, that are triggered via the media and how we're pitted against each other to compete, of who's sexier and who's faster and who's stronger and who's funnier, and it just, with our whole sense of what's important and what we should value is all over the place.
Well, I propose another potential solution to this madness is a whole nother school of thought. And just like any school of thought that exists today that people understand, agree with, and teach to other people, it's a group or an individual or a group who agree on a certain premise under a certain clause, and they document that, and like that's that, and then they teach these concepts in different layers to other people and got them to understand that, and maybe an implementation of an additional school of thought would really help these things transition more smoothly.
Look, how often do you see ethics or philosophy being taught in schools now as a separate class, as a class of its own?
Well, we had something in when I was like, we could choose between religion or ethics, I think, but that was some time ago.
It's my understanding, naive understanding, that ethics and religion are somewhat similar. Just
Yeah, but you see, as you said, naive. I thought the same maybe before, but now you realize that
it all
religion
depends
is
on
more
how
like
you
a
view
politics.
both. It depends on how you view both. I believe religion has been corrupted.
Yeah, it's more about politics, because
Well,
I believe politics is also being corrupted, same as religion, by the same people.
That's what's beautiful about a new school of thought, is it doesn't have to be any of those things, yet it could be little pieces of all of them.
Exactly. Now
I
we're
think
moving into the right direction. If you're going to study a religion, I reckon you should study them all, not one
exactly.
particular.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, why read only one page out of a book? and then put the book down and say, okay, I know everything there is to know about religion. I have only studied one religion, and that's all I need to know. That's it.
Yeah,
I am now wise when it comes to religion or religious matters.
and that's just one layer. I mean, the concept of religion, for argument's sake, let's use a metaphor of a map. It's no good without a moral compass, so to speak.
Pretty much.
I mean, in every other thing, like even if you are doing science, you want to learn about all different aspects and then to get like, you know, your own opinion about it. So I think it should be for everything. Like, and that's, I think, what we need to bring forward is, you know, that we are all the same, and like we all have the same, like, you know, positive and negative sides, and we,
Deep
like
down,
you,
yes.
yeah, I
We
mean,
all have
like,
the same needs.
yeah, and we all do same mistakes. It just depends on the time. Someone will do, you know, in one age, like someone will do in another, but we all need to go through some process in our life. We all have same problems or similar, you know, but they're all deep down, they're all
Do you
related
remember
to
a
the same
song?
thing.
Do you remember a song? And it goes, I just might have a problem that you understand.
We all
Us
need
communicating.
somebody.
Exactly. I might have experienced things that you're experiencing now long before, which I could share the knowledge
Yeah.
on how to get through that. We as a species collectively hold all of the answers to all of the things we could ever ask.
Yes.
But because we don't communicate enough, because we
We all-
don't connect enough, we're left in the dark on our own. And our society and the way it's structured does not help this either.
Of course, but I mean, because it's in their, you know, it's benefit to
Well,
not.
when you can't turn to your family, when you can't turn to your friends, you're forced to turn to other peer groups, that being either a government or a whatever group or gang or whatever that wishes to, you know,
Yeah.
take you on board, sort of thing. So
I mean, that's if you don't teach your kids, the street will teach them, you know.
yes, exactly. And I think this separating of people and this lockdowns are keeping people separated from family members. I mean, who's got more say over a person, government or family?
Yeah, I mean, but
Who are
that
they going to
happens.
listen to more?
There is like
That depends on the person.
no,
It
yeah.
does.
I mean, it should be, you know, like the family should be unbreakable, but there are politics that interfere with the family. So, you know, like for example, you cannot even parent your kid now normally anymore. You know, somebody can tell you that you are molesting a child or something. Like even I saw that, like, even I think in America, I don't know, like maybe if somebody is there, but like you can even raise a voice on your child anymore because they
It's
can,
child
like
abuse.
the kid, yeah, kids can report
Sue
you
you.
for child
Child
abuse,
abuse.
you know, like,
Yeah.
and that's totally like wrong. Like I understand that child abuse is wrong, but like you need, that's manipulation of the kids, but not by the parents. It's by manipulation by the politics, you know. So but there is, so that's on the atomic level of the family. But even before, like for example, when there were, so you live in a farm or in a village, and then like, you know, the family has a land, and there was, you know, few sons with their family, and they all work together, and they all created, like, they will create the food that will be sufficient for them. So first that was broken by moving to the city and keeping the village like less developed. Then when you go to the town, the only thing that you can make the only like place for living is basically apartment in some building. So you share, so it's not, you don't own land anymore, you just own some box in the air on the third floor, some box, and you are there with your and then you lose. The big families are dissolved into small, and now even so when that happened, now it's even breaking into that atomic family is being divided. So, and the ultimate goal is if you are alone, then you are alone. That you are most vulnerable person. You are then easy to to introduce with the fear and control by the fear, because you have no one to to stand on the side. So yeah, I guess.
And that's the point where they push too far and people start biting back.
But I think that if we realize that we are all the same, so or similar, but you know what I mean, you can rely on your neighbor. You shouldn't be afraid of your neighbor. We are all we are all friends, so that I think it's important, and that's why I think the word power and something like that are evil words, because they will create other person to fear you. So I think those negative emotions, they all come from a fear. So that's why I put this in the chat, the jealousy is the darker side of the beautiful feeling, because the beautiful feeling is the love, and the jealousy comes, either from the love or from the fear. You envy, why someone has something that I don't have, but I think the system created that thing, that division that
It has.
So
I think the vast majority of those things all come from the same source, and that's just being able to meet basic human needs. And that's part of the problem, is that there are enough resources on this planet for everybody to have, at minimum, their basic needs met. And if people saw that and understood that, and that was the actual thing, I think a lot of those negative, I use the word negative, but a lot of those darker elements or less desirable elements would start to eliminate themselves, as it's not part of the consciousness because it's not part of the reality, and we just need to build the reality in which these consciousnesses can awaken and become more aware.
Some people try to push the narrative that there is no enough resource for everything, for everyone, but that couldn't be true, because then by the natural growth, it will regulate itself if you cannot sustain more. You know what I mean? That model, you have white and yellow, I don't know, flowers on the, if the earth is only white and yellow flowers, and then you start a model with a half, but then because of that there is a temperature, yellow flowers attract more sun, so it will become more heat, more warm, and then they will start to develop, so they will take a little bit more, but then something else will happen that it will push white ones to take a little bit, and then that will be that fluctuation between the balance left and right. So I think there are natural limits that will limit the growth of the people. If there is not enough resources, then people wouldn't reproduce that much. You know what I mean? It will be natural limit. We will start, for example, dying of hunger, and we will not, grow in the numbers because we will dying. But we are growing, so that means that there are resources. It's not spread in equal way, or not. Anybody has doesn't have the same access to those resources. But somebody says somewhere, God spread a food for us just to pick it up from the floor, it grows. You just need to pick it up. But no, of course, if you are in a town, which is artificial,
a desert.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a concrete without desert or plastic. Like it's
See, this
an
is the thing.
interficial bubble.
This is the thing: is those cityscapes could quite easily be turned green. There's nothing stopping it, and there's nothing stopping us from the gardens replacing them with food crop gardens where you
Yeah,
could just grow it
exactly.
yourself. So
In
food would be
Africa,
everywhere.
like they have like food growing in front of the house, like or
Yes, yes.
they just pick it up from the tree if you need it.
I mean, there are enough business experts out there that could run logistics and look at the global view. Just take a map, put it down, and do the science that it takes to say, okay, we need these types of greenhouses spaced this far apart in this type of climate, and extrapolate it down for all climates and put it in place. And we have the resources, the availability, the technology, and the intellect to do these things, but it doesn't make anybody money. So none of this is being done. This is the best open market that is left for humanity. If anybody out there can do that and put something in place and start putting funding toward this and build momentum to a new school of thought based on even if it's something basic, start one step at a time, nobody starves to death. That would be one step in the right direction, and probably humanity's most giant leap yet seen.
Yeah, I mean, like how much food is created for a potential that someone will buy. Like, you go into the store and you see all that packaged food, like meat, potato, I don't know, whatever, like cooked food, or it is with the potential so it's not cooked when you order it. It's already prepared, so you might not buy it. So how much of that food, like how the price that you buy for one, you basically buy for all those that will not be sold, because the producer needs to cover the waste and the profit, what is sold, that's what's not sold, it needs to be covered by the amount of sold, only the sold ones. So you are paying basically the unsold also, and then those unsold you cannot give them to even the homeless, because it's not maybe ethical, it's not maybe even healthy, because if they expired, like whatever, so all that food is just thrown away. And then how you can say that there is no enough food? It's just not managed well. There is food, but it's not managed. I don't know, but yeah, I
Exactly.
mean, this is all about that profit fuck instead of humanity.
I'm sure if somebody sat down and did the math and whatever, we used a dietitian based on calorie count or whatever the shit you want to specify it with. But if you gauge the human population on this planet versus the amount of food that is prepared to be eaten on a daily basis worldwide, you will find that there is far more resources that are not only currently available, but currently being made that could ever possibly realistically be consumed. It's just insane.
And the other thing also that I want to point is that the consumer is blamed for the plastic waste, for example. Like, I'm going to shop, for example, and first, why I need to buy water? So why water was never be sold before? So that's like a new trend, because they poison the water. So now you need to buy water, for example. I'm still not doing it.
We live in a society where we sell water and dirt.
Yeah, and
Just put it into perspective.
Soon they will sell air also, like.
It's getting to that.
Yeah.
Because what it's coming down to is, like, when you think about it, there's very simple things that humans need: food, water, and air. They need. So at the moment they've monetized food, they've monetized the water. I guess the only thing left now is air, and if the air is all contaminated and stuff,
it
it'd
would
be
be
interesting.
luxury, to breathe in air.
And now
So,
there's a shortage on oxygen, right? So when the air's polluted and nobody has oxygen, that's a scary extrapolation of the COVID situation.
but you see, like they blame consumer. Like I didn't package all that fruits in the plastic bag. I didn't package all that water in the plastic bottles. Like why? And they don't want to put those regulations on the producers. So what they did is they put like some kind of recycling tax, which again is paid by the consumer. It's not paid by the factory. So, if I have a choice to buy food in other package, I would probably buy, but I don't. Like only sometimes if I'm going to buy a tomato, for example. Sometimes I find them in a paper box. But most of the time it's just a plastic box, I didn't package them in the plastic fucking box, but I don't have a choice. If I want to buy a tomato, I need to fucking buy that plastic, So why am I guilty for that? If that's the only way I can get the food. I mean,
What it does is it creates this confusing system where if you don't think about it too much, it makes you feel good about yourself. But if you do think about it, right, it just confuses the shit out of you. It makes no sense whatsoever. So you create this sort of confusion where you're not sure whether you should say anything, or if you do, are you right? Or, like it's much easier to just pretend that you're being a good environmentally friendly person by recycling that which you've been forced to buy.
Anyway, that shouldn't even happen. Like if they noticed, like on a global level, that those things shouldn't be used for those things that they are used. Like I'm not saying that plastic maybe shouldn't be used at all. Like maybe there is some good usage for plastic for some things that should last longer and shouldn't, like but fucking plastic bottle is something that you consume and you throw away. So I think it's not good usage for a plastic, So like if you build a boat for the plastic, that's a good thing because boat will last for a long time. So, and it will be resistant to, I don't know, weather. And let's say that's
corrosion as well. Depending on what sorts of plastics you make it from, it resists corrosion.
Yeah. But that's what I want to say. Like that's like understandable usage of plastic or some material that does not degrade in the nature. And then maybe we'll handle that separately when that ship is out of the usage. You need to handle it. But small things as bottles and some things like which are like everyday consumption. That's just that's out of my mind. And then they blame you, like you are the one who is irresponsible. You are the one who produced that. Like you are the one who is guilty.
Yeah, because it was your greed of selling your product in any way possible just to make more money. That put all of this into place. But the consumer's at fault because he's buying it.
I agree. We're all responsible. So now we should stand up and face our responsibility and, claim all of these resources we need to set up this network that will feed all of humanity and that will help solve some of the problems.
I don't know about claiming resources, but making the most out of the resources that you've got. I'm all for that, which is becoming self-sufficient as much as possible. Claiming the stuff can come later. Right now, becoming as self-sufficient as possible is probably the one thing that I could recommend to anybody, and that's start a veggie patch. Get some solar panels on your roof if it suits it. If not, try a couple of wind generators just to offset some of your power. So that way, when you're not producing power, you're still using normal power. And then when you are producing power, you're using yours more first before using the grid. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
different ways you could do this.
By being content is good practice that you realize how much you really need.
You'll inspire others, and when you're self-sufficient, you're no longer relying on anyone. You're saving money because you're not spending as much as you otherwise would if you're growing your own tomatoes. Why go out and buy tomatoes? If you're growing your own capsicums, why go out and buy capsicums? If you're growing your own oranges, and so on, the list goes on for any one of these. But once you're in a position to be able to look after yourself and be self-sufficient, you are in a perfect position to help others and to look after others.
Yeah. That's first
That
help
is-
yourself, and then you can help others.
If that is your goal.
Yeah. Well, my goal is to. So I have my retirement plan, or not retirement, but plan B, or not plan B.
Always trust me from experience. Have plan A, have plan B, and have plan C, and just in case, have D, E, and F. Just in case.
But I don't want to have plans, as I said before, so that's why I don't want to talk about plans. But
in the same sense, you can have plans while still being like water and fluent.
Yeah.
So
checkpoints.
Duality. Best of both worlds. Balance again in everything that we do. The universe is built on balance and wouldn't exist without it.
Multiplicity. It's so much more than a duality. It's multiplicity. There are more than two layers.
But people struggle with duality at this point. People struggle with third perspectives, 3 dimensions. Let's not put too much on their plate. Let them ease themselves into it. You don't go around pushing people in the pool on a cold day, do you?
Swim or die sometimes. It's time for the buffet. Really, I mean, scientifically speaking, if we're looking at neurological growth for, throughout the process of, maturity in human life, we see that from the smallest ages we can absorb the most. And if you're going to use your metaphor with these are still young minds, and I say we cram them as full as possible, and that way more elements can start growing from them seeds as possible.
I need to go to sleep. It is 3 a.m. for me. I'm at 00 UTC.
It has been a pleasure speaking with you.
Nice chatting with you guys, and
likewise.
Hope I will.
Yeah, come back again.
Come again. Yeah. Thanks for everything. See you. Bye.
Always welcome back.
So yeah, a new person just jumped in as he was leaving. Welcome.
Welcome.
Okay, how y'all doing?
Not too shabby. How are you?
Yeah.
All right. Well, what y'all talking about? How to change the world? What you guys doing here, man?
Bit of anything and everything. Open discussion.
I got you.
Anything's on the table.
I think Jeremy Hammond got out, didn't he? Yep. I'm pretty sure he did. I think he was in some kind of facility. They would let him go for a few weeks or something, but he might be out by now. I was trying to look it up. I couldn't find anything out about it.
I think you are right.
Those were the good days, weren't they? Remember? Does anybody remember that? Was anybody here a member of the Lulz boat? You know what I mean? I mean, on the actual boat when it was happening. That was the fucking best time in the world.
I watched it from the outside.
Yeah, it was still cool. Yeah, that was still good times, but things have changed now. But a lot of information got taken away from that. As people, people don't know about. But anyway, so what were you guys talking about?
Well, what didn't we talk about? That's probably easy to answer.
All right.
So yeah, by all means, everything's been on the table. We've talked about physics, quantum mechanics, string theory, space, human evolution, politics, the vaccine,
Yes.
the wars, human
All
growth.
right.
Shit, we've discussed a lot of stuff.
That's
Yeah, by all
some.
means.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I wasn't expecting that, but that's impressive. I'll tell you that right now. I wasn't expecting any of that, but that's some good topics there. This ain't no
We've discussed
just casual banter, you know.
we've discussed religion several times without any sort of fights or anything, so we're doing okay so far.
Yeah. Well, there's no fights about religion. Well, that's a pretty interesting theory. I mean, there's over 100 of them, and there's only one that's right. That's pretty weird. You better choose wisely, I guess, from what they say, huh?
Well, I guess my perspective is out of the hundreds of them that are around, they all have a piece of the puzzle.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true.
And some things you need to see with the mind to piece it together.
That's true. I agree with that. But then you got the people that say, no, you got to do it this way or else you're going wherever, purgatory or whatever you want to call it. But that just doesn't make any sense. That don't make any sense to me.
I nod and smile and wish them luck.
Me too.
Because, it's understanding's a hard thing to reach and it takes time. And if you're going to study religion, as we mentioned earlier, it's important to study all of them. Because when people say, I want religion to be taught in schools, and is that so? Do you mean just your religion or all of them?
I'm going to have to agree here. The weird theory is about all these places that didn't have any way to travel by, spaceship or fucking jet airplane or car. All the people had their religion. So then here you got these other people trying to travel across the broad to force theirs on these people. It doesn't add up, in my opinion. I mean, I could be wrong, but
never stopped to learn about them before destroying that culture or that religion.
Exactly. Just went over there and pooped on it, and then gave them their good book and said, "You got. This is the way. Trust me. I know. I've seen it."
I mean, the Mayans. The Mayans are a perfect example of that. The Mayans and the Aztecs, like all of their literature, disappeared and was burned.
Sure it was. There was a bunch of reasons why, because it was probably the most accurate that there was, and they didn't want anybody. They can't control you with that, the masses, let's say whoever, because it's just like politics, in my opinion. Because look, if people think that it's that's how the way it is, that it isn't by design, like specific design, then they're blind. There's so many blind people that are just have their eyes closed. They sit back and watch the news and think that that's what they're supposed to do and listen to that. You know what I mean?
Some are blind. Some only have one eye open.
Mm-hmm. And they ain't the third one either. That's for sure.
That is actually, I am noticing people thinking more and more of late than previously.
I'd agree with you on that 100%. I mean, I've seen I don't want to call it that. I've seen a shift in the curriculum, the continuum about that with people. There's a lot of churches that, the pastors, they know different. I don't know if they're going to say anything different, but they know most governments are bullshit, and it's all, they're not there to help you, even though they're going to try to trick you.
It's interesting. Some governments are more corrupt than others. We can look around the globe. You can look at Norway. You can look at Japan. You can look at several different places. It's not all the same. You know what I mean? But
no,
when it
you're
comes
right.
to some serious corruption, I can't help but look at the US government and its officials there. Then I have to go over and look at UK government and some of its officials as well, because they seem to be colluding with the US corrupt ones.
And the ones in Canada too.
And then I look at Canada, then I look at Europe, And again, the same group of people, just with a couple of extra faces from that landlocked area. You know what I mean? Like it's they all seem to be with the same little group that seem to have their finger into everything.
And really, it's something interesting about that. Like when 9/11 happened, for instance. This is before I was a part of Anonymous back then. This is before I seen certain documents that told me everything. I mean, literally everything and how it was laid out in IRC chats when it would get taken in there, and people, we were just like the Hillary Clinton emails, for instance, when we were going through those and trying to decipher what codes they were using for certain different things because they were using all these words. So we all took papers with us so we could, spend the time to figure out what we come up with, and then we go back in there and talk about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With that being said, the U.S. is the most corrupt, and they literally had to expose. This is before Anonymous did anything, to expose the truth. There were whistleblowers that would come out and take documents, but that would get brushed under the rug, so it didn't get and then these people ended up mysteriously getting murdered too, or dying. These people would die after it. Especially the Clintons killed more people than anybody, but they were trying to expose it.
Well, they were connected to the Bushes, and because young Bill Clinton was Bush's protege, his Padawan, if you will, and Bush's Dark Master of the Sith, the contacts for the killings and so on and so forth, Bill got through what's his name, Bush, good old George, and ex-CIA contacts and so on and so forth.
Skull and Bones.
Yeah, it's a group where certain skills, like the ability to assassinate or to murder, those skills are available if you know the right people within the right circles. And being in the CIA from the Cold War, and as things were changing, some of these guys needed work elsewhere as they were retiring. I mean, they were still good killers and all, but they were retired. They were reaching retirement age, so they had to move to the private sector, so to speak.
That's exactly right, and that's when I would say, it was 9/11 when it happened. They had all them, private contractors going in there, and doing the work for them.
And there's good money to be made with that.
Yeah, certainly when the information would get taken, that's when we can analyze it. We literally saw video footage of it happening because they were recording it. The private contractors were recording it and didn't think it would get back to anybody, but it did. It did get back to people, and people got to see it. So we literally saw it happening. You know what I mean? It's definitely not the United States is the most corrupt, man. They're worried about people coming over here and harming people. There ain't nobody coming over here to do shit. You know what I mean? But they'll tell you everything. We got to protect our country. Yeah, nobody's coming over here, man. We're going over there and causing problems.
What they're realizing in the US is that their bullshit isn't washing anymore with the people, and they're noticing it. They're noticing it through different groups. You've got your QAnons who have picked up shit ain't right. Whether they're right about their beliefs is irrelevant. What they've picked up is shit ain't right. All right. Then you've got your Trump supporters. They've also picked up shit ain't right. This feeling of something's not right is growing, and it's growing big. And that's what's worrying. Is right now it's not conglomerated. You with me? They're separate groups. What they fear is all of these groups coming together with this main feeling that's binding them all is the shit ain't right. This shit ain't right. You know it. You feel it. I don't care what religion we're part of. We can all agree that something smells like horse shit here.
Yeah, it sure does. And then, like back in the day when Anonymous was banging, we had Anonymous Official on YouTube, and that you see a lot of people saw what they were doing. That isn't what it was. There was plenty of ops about trying to inform Anon that isn't the one. Don't go there. They're trying to, you know what I mean. That was actually after the Fed already infiltrated. You know what I mean. They were in it for 3 years before they exposed it. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Yeah, so they were milking that hard and figuring it out, and figuring out what they were going to do. Just like Occupy Wall Street. That was they were already deep in then. You know what I mean? And a lot of people knew. We knew, a lot of people actually knew before they actually knew something was up. We already knew. You know, they already had a great idea that it was been infiltrated and they were being watched. But I just don't get why people didn't. Nobody did. Why they didn't have like a word, like the dude that got popped first. Why he didn't have like a code word to let him know that it actually happened. So that and stop and get rid of everything, but it didn't work out that way. It was a weird time, man. It was a weird time. But yeah, shit ain't right. I'll give you that, buddy. Shit ain't right.
And everybody,
This COVID thing. I mean, look, man, this world, this planet's been here for that long, and nothing's ever happened like this. Nothing.
well, we didn't have a group of people funding gain of function research on a fucking flu to weaponize it.
I got an article that exposes the whole thing. The top 150 scientists that are the ones that were doing it had all these samples. They tested every single one of them, and not one of them was positive for COVID-19. And all the people that they tested were supposedly positive for it. There ain't no such thing. I got the article. I'll find it and I'll put it in here so you guys can give it a look. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys seen it before, but it talks about them suing the CDC and everybody, all these scientists, the top scientists, some of the top scientists in the world. It's hush hush, the article, obviously, because they're trying to do something with what they're doing now.
No, I know there's a lot. There's a
What'd
lot
you say?
in motion at the moment. There's a lot in motion at the moment. There's several court cases being planned
That's right.
globally.
And then you got this Bake Alaska guy, supposedly been in prison, went to federal prison for three months, and he's back out, and he's, on a network, and it's, White Boy Summer, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, and they're spewing bigoted terms on the internet, on YouTube, and whatever Trovo, wherever they're streaming at, and all these people in there, and it's literally one of the guys got drunk, one of his little buddies he hangs out with, and literally exposed that he was talked to by the feds and they came and visited him, right? And he literally told he was drunk, and drunk people say the darndest things. You know what I mean? And now so they got a little federal network over there, and they're trying to get people in a group. I guess I don't know what they're doing. Their whole agenda is to do it, but they're doing it. It's completely being done right now. It's crazy. You 3 months in federal prison, dude. There's no such thing. There ain't not one person in the whole world that's ever done 3 months in federal prison back out and streaming again. That just doesn't work that way, man. From somebody that's been in trouble before, I know it don't work that way. Everybody's playing it for some fucking reason.
Not for a normal person, no. It depends on what deal you've cut.
Yeah, it depends on if you've been a federal informant for years now, for some time now, because he's LARP from community to community. He's all right. First he started at BuzzFeed or whatever, then he goes to Milo Yiannopoulos and whatever that guy is that fucking did what's the name of that? Vice. I can't remember that guy's name, man. You know who I'm talking. I can't remember his name right now. But he's the one who started the Proud Boys. But anyway, those types of people.
Oh yeah. No, I can't remember his name, but the Fed guy. The Fed informant.
Well, Bake Alaska, the other guy might be too. It's hard to say. I'm sure he is. I'm sure they all are to some degree. He's the guy that did Vice TV. I mean, he's he's got a beard and shit.
That guy, the guy that does Vice. Yeah,
he sold his share. It was 3 guys. He got rid of his and he did something else. What is that guy's name?
Vice is a psyop.
Sure it is.
Millennials is their target. That's why it's got to look hip and hop, and it's got to touch upon your heartstrings, and get you on board with the.
I like this guy.
What do you call it? What do you call it? The hipster view on things. Like we can get you into the empire. It's got a new hipster look to it. Just watch some Vice. We'll get you young fellas on. You young people, show you direction. We'll lead you, guide you into what to think in a hipster way.
Makes it seem cool, healing.
Hell yeah! Because MTV has grown. Its usefulness is outgrown. So we've got to deliver it in a new way now. And Vice is, well, the name speaks for itself.
It's definitely that way now. When it first started out, I don't know if it was quite that. You could be right, but
Well, you
it's
can't
it's probably
you can't go right out of the gate and reveal all your cards now, can you? These things take time.
That's
You gotta,
true.
you gotta earn their trust first.
Exactly. You know, and this. Imagine thinking that the American people stormed the White House. I literally saw footage of them ushering them in. You know, they were.
Let me ask you this. Why, right, in Hong Kong?